kábíyèsí ẹ̀ àtọ̀dá mi láàbìbì ọba Ọláyíwọlá Aláàfin Ọ̀yọ́ àrí apẹ́ lórí àdọ́ta tó ń retí bàbá wa ti balẹ̀. Àtọ̀dá ọba Ọláyíwọlá ọmọ kó tí kò kò lè pa o ẹ máa kú oríire bá mi àtọ́ta ọdún lórí ọ̀la lórí ayé fa ọba Ọláyíwọlá àgbẹ̀ṣẹ̀ṣẹ̀ bẹ̀rẹ̀ àdìdínà tí ọ̀la ìwọ̀la títí méjìlá kọ́mọlúkú ewu àtọ̀dá bá mi ní láti rí kó ìpàdé ní ewu ẹ̀jẹ̀ ọkà bàbá tí ní wọ́lọ́gbọ́ lójú lẹ́gbogbo tí ní wọ̀gbọ́ ìwọ̀n tí ní gbẹ́gbọ́ ọ̀dọ́mọdé tí ó bá gbàgbé tó ti rí náà jìrì kábíyèsí òkè tó ti rí tí òwúrọ̀ òun náà pè Aláàfin ọba Ọláyíwọlá kábíyèsí ẹ̀ bá mi. Irọ́ ńlá ni wọ́n pa òwe. 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 Èrò tó lọ sáàkì ìbàdàn tó kọjá lákẹsàn fọlọ́wọ́ Aláàfin ọba. Irọ́ ńlá ni wọ́n pa òwe. 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 Gbogbo èrò tó lọ sáàkì ìbàdàn tó kọjá lákẹsàn fọlọ́wọ́ Aláàfin ọba. Irọ́ ńlá ni wọ́n pa òwe. Ọkọ olórí àbàdì bá tún mí. Ọkọ yẹba olórí ìràmọ̀tú àgbájá mi. Adédáyọ̀ ìyáálé koto. Ọkọ yẹba sọ́wọ́tù. Ọkọ yẹba jọlá ẹgbẹ́. Ọkọ yẹba bùrùkìlá tún mí. Ọkọ yẹba rúkàyà tún mí. Ọkọ yẹba ìyá tún yóò ṣe. Báàmì ọkọ yẹba mẹ́mọ́nà tún mí. Ọkọ yẹba Kàníyàtù, ọkọ yẹba Máríyá, ọkọ agbára ṣùgbọ́n àgbẹ̀ ayaba, ayaba Chioma, ayaba Máàmì, Láyíwọlá Láàmìdí àtọ̀dá adé. Irọ́ ńlá ni wọ́n pa òwe, irọ́ ńlá ni wọ́n pa òwe. Àtọ̀dá Láyíwọlá, irọ́ ńlá ni wọ́n pa òwe, àní irọ́ ńlá ni wọ́n pa òwe. Èrò tó lọ sáàkì ìbà tó kọjá lákẹsàn fọlọ́wọ́ Aláàfin ọba. Irọ́ ńlá ni wọ́n pa òwe. 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 Àwọn èrò tó lọ sáàkì ìbà tó kọjá lákẹsàn fọlọ́wọ́ Aláàfin ọba. Irọ́ ńlá ni wọ́n pa òwe. Àtọ̀dá Ọláyíwọlá bá mi. Irọ́ ńlá ni wọ́n pa òwe. Irọ́ ńlá ni wọ́n pa òwe. Àní irọ́ ńlá ni wọ́n pa òwe. Èrò tó ń lọ sáàkì ìbà tó kọjá lákẹsàn fọlọ́wọ́ Aláàfin ọba. Irọ́ ńlá ni wọ́n pa òwe. 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 Àwọn èrò tó lọ sí ìyá rẹ̀ owó ọ̀sánmọ́ sí sọ́lá.
Kábíyèsí Aláàfin ìpẹ̀kun ọba tó bí wọ́n ti ń pè rí ọmọ ọlọ́wọ̀nyí Aláàfin àtàn dá ọmọ lólódù ọba lónílẹ̀ tó fi dé Sókótó ọba lónílẹ̀ dé Sàfàrà àtàndá Aláàfin ọba Yorùbá ọmọ kókó láìwọ́ lápá kò wí látòrí oko yamba kọ ẹmọ tí bólókó pààlà àbíbí òwì bàbá Bátúndé ọlẹ́wọ̀lá ọmọ alówó lódù Lámídì àtàndá tinú ẹ̀ ní òsè ègùn ṣoṣo ti parí ike ọmọ lọ́wọ́ yín Aláàfin ọkùnrin jẹ́jẹ́ àtàndá tí gbogbo ayé ròyìn ẹni ròyìn dáa lérò táwọn Bátúndé ọlẹ́wọ̀lá pákópì látòrí oko yamba kọ ẹmọ tí bólókó pààlà agbọ́sásá mọ́sá Aláàfin ìwọ lọ́ba agbọ́yàyà mẹ́yà àtàndá olókìtì dẹ́rù bàyàn àtàndá ọmọ kú ọmọ àrùn ọmọ òfò ọmọ ẹ̀jà ọmọ ẹ̀dá ọmọ àdábàlẹ̀ ẹ̀wọ̀lá àtàndá lọ́mọ àtìmọ́lódé àrí bí wọ́n ti ń sojú ọmọ Ọláwọ̀nyí èyí ọjọ́ tẹ̀kan kọjọ́ tèyí ọmọ pópó àtàndá ọmọ alówó lódù wọ́n ní wọ́n máa fi ìyíwé tí ìjọ ní ìdánparí tẹ́yẹ́yẹ́ lẹ́wọ̀n àtàndá Aláàfin ìwọ lọ́kọ ẹja adéríbigbé ọmọ Ọláwọ̀nyí ẹja tó bá gbẹ̀wọ̀ tó bá lóhùn òfèrè ipa ọmọ pópó ọlọ́wọ́ àtàndá bàbá ìpàdé dòde àlejò tó bá mú kele bàbá rúgudu gbọ̀rọ̀ tùlù tó bá ní ti balẹ̀ òsì ọmọ pópó ọlọ́wọ́ àtàndá ní kó tó fìrùn bẹ́ẹ̀ ó lòdì ọgbọ́n nù ìnífíṣọ́ ọkàn ọmọ àwọn alágúnpòpò bàbá Aláàfin ọ̀pọ̀ ọmọ ńlá àtàndá fi ń sọ ọkọ ọmọ wọn nìbàdàn èèyàn àtàtà àtiwé tó kún lóye mọ̀mọ́ gàsíkíá kó wálé ayóyè ọba lọ́mọ Adéyẹmí mọ̀bù àṣà Aláàfin wọn gbọ́dọ̀ sọ̀rọ̀ rẹ̀ lẹ́yìn ọláìwọ̀ ọlátẹ́bù lẹ́yìn àtàndá sì gbọ́nlé etí ọba nílé etí ọba ẹni lóko àtọ̀rọ̀ ọ̀nàdọ̀ mi ìkójú mọ́tò mọ́ kílẹ̀ ó tó mọ́ Aláàfin ti gbé nǹkan gbẹ̀yìn gbogbo wọn lọ wọ́n yímú ìmútayọ ẹnu wọ́n jàtàrí ẹ̀kẹ́ bàbá wọn sì dàpọ̀ ṣùgbọ́n kankan ọ̀ràn àtàndá mọ́ ẹwọ́ ọlọ́lọ́ ni wọ́n mọ̀ sàmà tó mọ́láyé oyè ọba ọmọ Adéyẹmí ẹ̀wù tó ní gbèsè tọ̀rún bọ̀ ìkísẹ́ yẹn ọlọ́wọ́ àtàndá ọba díẹ̀ k'Aláàfin Adéríbigbé ọmọ Ọláwọ̀nyí ìwọ lọ́ba ìwọ lóòsà òsà tẹ́lọ̀ yọ̀bọ̀ bí kan àtàndá ọmọ kókó ọlọ́wọ́lá Lámídì àtàndá Aláàfin ojúkun ló lóyún tán tọkọ̀kún ẹ̀yìn àtàndá ọmọ kúdàmúdàbò ọ̀sọ̀rẹ́ àlejò ọ̀sọ̀rẹ́ onílé ajẹ́kùnrin abẹ́yẹ lórí eékún ajẹ́kùnrin abèmàjàláyà ọmọ Àtìbà ọ̀rọ̀ sí hàn olórí mórìsà wọn kò ń pọ̀ n ò sínú àmọ́niṣe ni láìwọ́lá àtàndá lọ́mọ lówó lórí bí ìrèrè adéríbi gbé ọmọ láwọn yìí ju wọn lóde ojú wọn lé ọmọ gbogbo láìwọ́lá àtàn tẹ́lẹ̀ ní tó bẹ́ jù ní lọ àfàgbà fún ni adéríbi gbé ọmọ láwọn yìí Aláàfin ọkùnrin jẹ́jẹ́ àtàdá tí gbogbo ayé ròyìn sójú mi láìbí láìwọ̀lá ẹni yọ wọ́n lẹ́nu ó yọ wọ́n lẹ́nu ní ẹ̀yìn mi ẹ̀la àtàdá dàgbà àtàdá ní táwọn ló sì pàtẹ́ mi ẹ̀lò ó ti sẹ́rí ọmọ àkókò olóko lówó ẹni wọ́n mọ̀mọ́ bàbá tí wọ́n lọ kádì dọ̀bálẹ̀ kápágbọ́n ọmọ ẹ̀jẹ̀ ni ẹ̀mú ni òní wọn lọ́dọ̀ ọmọ ọlọ́wọ́ yìí ó lọ́ máa lé ẹ̀mí pọ̀mọ́ bí owó àlòkò lọ́wìnì ọmọ àgbààgbà tọ̀pẹ́tọ̀pẹ́ bàbá Aláàfin àgbòkè ọ̀wìnì tòdò ẹni ọba kágbòkè ọ̀wìnì ẹgbàdé olóbi jàwá ẹni ọba kálára wẹ́ olúwa rẹ̀ ń wá mani káàkan ọ̀tá káàkan ẹ̀tù káàkan ìkádésí Adéyẹmí abilé gbogbo ní jíjẹ ní mímu táyé ṣe kó ọmọ jọbọ irúmọlẹ̀ èyí tí gbẹnu àpòsòrò Adéyẹmí ọmọ Màwúrù yìgbìrì abóògùn ó yìgbìrì lájà agbẹ́ èkúté lé ọ̀ká òòsà ọkọ̀ ọmọ bọ́lá kú wọ́n lẹ́nu yíyí gbìrì ọmọ yí gbìrì ẹlọ́mọ agbègbàdo ọ̀ràn sọ́mọ lẹ́yìn kùlé àgbàdógbò ògùn alágbà láwọn gbọ́dọ̀ yá jẹ Adéyẹmí ọba tí ń ṣe bí odò ó ṣe bí ọlọ ó ṣe kan irigidi èyí tí ń jí kọ lákùkọ ìṣáájú ẹ̀rọ lakọba kẹ́ má bà máa bú ọba ẹ̀là borí ẹ̀sìn bámú lọ́nà ẹ̀kọ́ mú Aláàfin àbìrin ẹ̀sìn ti kọ̀ lọ́nà bàrà ọ̀nà yòówù ó lè rìn tó ṣe ẹ̀fà àní ní ọba bọ̀ wọ́n lè bí má sẹ́nu wúyẹ́ oògùn nísà bí bá lọ ṣúkú oògùn nílọ ọ̀pẹ́ rẹ̀ dìgbò làṣà àṣà dìgbò ọ̀pẹ́ rẹ̀ gbọ̀n wùgbù ẹ̀wọ̀n láre ẹ̀lẹ́ yòókò wọ́n mọ́ra wọ́n ṣe ará èké làbá rẹ̀ ní ṣe afáwùwù ààrẹ nìtú káàkan ọ̀tá káàkan ẹ̀tù káàkan ìkádésí Adéyẹmí abilé gbogbo ní jíjẹ ní mímu ṣáyẹ̀ṣẹ̀ mẹ́jọ bọ́ irúmọlẹ̀ èyí tí gbẹ́nu àpòsòrò Adéyẹmí ọdẹ bàbá láwọn yìgbìrì abóògùn ó yìgbìrì lájà àgbẹ̀ èkúté ilé ọ̀káwùsà ọkọ̀ ọmọ bọ́lá kú wọ́n lẹ́nu yíyí gbìrì ẹlọ́mọ agbègbàdo ọ̀ràn sọ́mọ lẹ́yìn ìkúlé àgbàdógbò ògùn alágbà láọ̀gbọ́dọ̀ yá jẹ Adéyẹmí ọba tí ń ṣe bí odò tí ń ṣe bí ọlọ ó sì kan irigidi èyí tí ń jí kọ́ lákòókò ọ̀ṣáájú ẹ rọra kọ́ bá ká má bà á máa bú ọba láborí ẹ̀sìn bá mú lọ́nà kọ̀ mú bàbá Aláàfin abirin ẹ̀sìn tí kọ̀ lọ́nà bàrà ọ̀nà yòówù ó lè rìn tó sì ẹ̀fà àní ìjọba ọ̀wálé bí wọ́n sẹ́nu wúyẹ́ òògùn ní sà bí bá lọ ṣúkú òògùn nílọ ọ̀pẹ́ rẹ̀ dìgbò làṣà àṣà dìgbò lọ́pẹ́ rẹ̀ gbọ̀n wùwù ẹ̀wọ̀n láré ẹlẹ́yọkọ wọ́n mọ́ra wọ́n ṣe ará ìkìlọ̀ àbárẹ̀ ní ṣe àfàwù ààrẹ ní tú Adéyẹmí ọmọ Máwúrú káàkan ọ̀tá káàkan ẹ̀tù káàkan ìkádé sí Adéyẹmí àbílẹ̀ gbogbo ní jíjẹ ní mímú tẹ́sẹ̀ lọ́mọdé ọbọ̀ ìrúmọlẹ̀ èyí tí gbénú àpò ṣòro Adéyẹmí ọdẹ bàbá láwọ̀ yìí ẹnìkan ẹ̀ẹ́dàgún lọ́yọ̀ ayé àtọ́bà làwọn jẹ làwọn tà ayé àtọ́bà ogbóná gìrìrì Àtìbà pẹ́kọ̀wé olú ọmọkùnrin kò ṣe é fara wé ẹni Ọlọ́run dá kò ṣe é fara wé bàbá yìí torí ẹni abéèrè lọ́wọ́ adórí Àfọlábí ọkọ̀ alájàlá bí ọkọ̀ mọ́yọ́lá gbẹ́dẹ́jọ́kọ́ Aláàfin ìdẹ̀ra dálé mọ́ fowó ọba ẹlọ́mọ lọ́wọ́ yín bọ́lí orí búbi òǹlọ́kọ̀ àtọ̀lẹ̀ Àlàbí mọ́tàsíọ̀ àgbẹ̀ lọ́mọ yóò wọ́n ta kòkòrò Àfọlábí ọmọ olùkìtì bí lọ́mọ yé owó tàgbẹ̀ pa Àfọlábí ọba lọ́mọ ọlọ́wọ́yin ó ní kún ó lè sùn nílé ló ti mọ́bìnrin rẹ̀ lọ́wọ́ ọkọ mọ́yọ́lá gbẹ́dẹ́jọ́kú Àlàbí lọ sí Mẹ́kà ọmọbìnrin rẹ̀ lọ Àfọlábí ọba lọ́mọ ọlọ́wọ́yin ilé jíjó ẹni mọ́mọ́ bá lóko ẹ̀kẹ́njọ́ sí àgbàrá òjò náà ní mọ́mọ́ ọba lọ́ọ̀pẹ̀ kan àti bẹ̀rẹ̀ ọ̀tẹ̀ gbòòrò ọ̀tẹ̀ Ọ̀yọ́ ló mú bàbá délẹ́sà níjọ́sí ẹ̀ǹgbẹ́lẹ́sọ̀ ọ̀gbàlà Àlàbí máa mú bàbá bọ́lé Èkó àwọ̀ nílé Nùrù èyí tí ń tàwó Àfọlábí àárín ọlá ọba lọ́mọ ọlọ́wọ́yin bọ́lé orí búbi àlà bí ti gbogbo ayé ń ròyìn ní súnmọ́ba yóò jẹ́ gbádùn ọba ẹni súnmọ́ba yóò jẹ́ gbádùn ọba dìgbòlugi tí wọ́n yà náà fi ń rọ́bà fín ẹni súnmọ́ba yóò jẹ́ gbádùn ọba àwọn súnmọ́ba á jẹ́ gbádùn ọba àwọn súnmọ́ba á jẹ́ gbádùn ọba dìgbòlugi tí wọ́n yà náà fi ń rọ́bà fín àwọn súnmọ́ba á jẹ́ gbádùn ọba àtàndọ́ba lónílẹ̀ tó fi dé Sókótó ọláìwọlá ọmọ alówó lódù ọba tó ọba sákì ọba ṣe wọ́n àwọn ọmọ Bọ̀sùn bẹ́ẹ̀ ni ọ̀rọ̀ kankan kọ ọ̀kan tó sá ẹ̀wọ̀n ọba àbọ̀ Ọbàtálá ọmọ Adéyẹmí ó bá wọn lọ ní gbọ̀ngbọ̀n kan kò sí ọmọ pópó ẹni àbí sígbẹ́ sóbìrà rẹ̀ sójú ọ̀nà àtàndá olókì tí dẹ́rù bàyàn àtàndá ọmọ kú ọmọ àrùn ọmọ òfò ọmọ ẹ̀jà ọmọ ẹ̀dá ọmọ àdábàálẹ̀ lọ́wọ́ láàtàn dálọ́mọ àtìmọ́lódé àrí bí wọ́n ti ń sojú bàbá Adédọ̀yìn á sọ̀rọ̀ ànádòmí kojú mọ́tò mọ́ Aláàfin àtàndá bàbá Fọláṣadé Ọláìwọlá bàbá Adébáyọ̀ ọlọ́wọ́lá àtàndá bàbá Adéníyì àtàndálàgbà ọba Adéríbigbé ọmọ lọ́wọ́ oníbi ọba wọ̀ mọ́ ẹgbẹ́ lẹ́yìn o bí ọba wọ̀ mọ́ ẹgbẹ́ lẹ́yìn ọ̀rẹ́ ojúbọ nìrẹ́ ọ̀rẹ́ òdekùn o bí ọba wọ̀ mọ́ ẹgbẹ́ lẹ́yìn láìwọ̀lá lóní lọ́tọ̀lọ́tọ̀ ńlá wálé ayé lọ́tọ̀lọ́tọ̀ láwálé ayé ẹbí ọmọ gbé yàn rí ìyá ọmọ bẹ̀ o níbi ọmọ gbé yàn rí bàbá ọmọ bẹ̀ o. lọ́tọ̀lọ́tọ̀ láwálé ọlọ́ọ̀yìn ọlọ́run ọmọ yọ wá lọ́ọ̀yìn ẹni abínibí tí ń dalẹ̀ lẹ́yìn o ẹni abínibí tí ń dalẹ̀ lẹ́yìn o ọlọ́run ọmọ yọ wá lọ́ọ̀yìn kò sí ní tó ṣòro bówó bá ti dé kò sí ní tó ṣòro bó bá ti dé bówó bá ti dé kò sí wàhálà o bó bá ti dé kò sí wàhálà o kò sí ní tó ṣòro bó bá ti dé ẹ má rojọ́ mi bẹ́ẹ̀ délé yín o ẹ má rojọ́ mi bẹ́ẹ̀ délé yín ewé yó ẹjọ́ lẹ́rò ewé yó ẹjọ́ lẹ́rò ẹ má rojọ́ mi bẹ́ẹ̀ délé yín kò jẹ́ ń wí tèmi ilé ló lè tú kò jẹ́ ń wí tèmi ilé ló lè tú ẹ̀sọ́ fọlọ́run ká kó ṣe tiẹ̀ lọ́tọ̀ o ẹ̀sọ́ fún ní jàǹbá kó ṣe tiẹ̀ lọ́tọ̀ o kó jẹ́ ń wí tèmi ilé ló lè tú ẹ̀sà mi ọlọ́run má má jẹ́ kákú lọ́mọdé kọ́lọ́run má má jẹ́ kákú lọ́mọdé ẹni kú lọ́mọdé àṣì ọ̀gbádùn o ẹni kú lọ́mọdé àti ọ̀gbádùn o kọ́ lọ́ọ́ máa jẹ akulọ́mọ nínú àjọ wa o òye ìwájọ wa o òye ìwájọ wa níjọ̀rẹ́jọ̀rẹ́ níjọ̀rẹ́jọ̀rẹ́ lágbẹ́sẹ̀ fàájì o ẹ̀mí ọmọ mi olórí ẹ̀rí o ìwájọ wa ẹjọ́ mú mi débẹ̀ o ọ̀la ìwọ ọ̀la bímọ rẹ nìkan mi inú mi á dùn ara mi á yá gágá o àtàndá bímọ rẹ nìkan mi inú mi á dùn ara mi á yá gágá o kò lè bàjẹ́ o kò lè bàjẹ́ o wọ́n ṣe bí ó bàjẹ́ o kálayọ̀ ó lè yọ̀ kò lè bàjẹ́ o wọ́n ṣe bí ó bàjẹ́ o kálayọ̀ ó lè yọ̀ kò lè bá. dáwọ́ ẹlẹ́mì dáwì lọ ẹ lọ́wọ́ àyí bàbá Túndé alátàndá ayé èyí ẹni kó jẹ́ èyí náà lọ kí ni ó ṣe erin ló ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀ tó làgbójá kí ni ó ṣe ẹ̀fọn ló ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀ tó lọ̀dàn já ọmọ kókó ẹgbà tọ́lọ́dàdà ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀ lọ́ba bọ́ sáàfin ní bá ń sọ ọba lọ kí ni ó ṣe àtàn dátì lo 50 ìrìn ẹ̀sìn ọ̀jọ̀rin èèyàn ọlọ́wọ́ ọlọ́mọ kí ọ mo sì yìn ọyìn ọláyóyè ọba lọ́mọ adéyẹmí òtùpá yàn pa èèyàn mẹ́ta gbogbo méjì rí bàbá Bátúndé Aláàfin ìwọ lọ́ba Aláàfin ìwọ lòòṣà tọ́lá ọ̀yọ́ fòbí kan àtàndá ọmọ pópó ọláìwọlá pákópì èso ṣe kókò ajá ní nǹkan ṣe ajá tí ó pa líìlì ẹnu rẹ̀ yóò ṣẹ̀jẹ̀ ológbò tí ó pàké ré gbogbo tójú tẹnu ẹ̀ àtàndá ni yóò wọ̀ mí ní ọgbọ́n ẹnu ẹni fi ń sọ̀kọ ọmọ wọn lágúnpòpò bàbá Aláàfin ọ̀pọ̀ ọmọ ẹ̀ látàndá fi ń sọ̀kọ ọmọ ará Ìbàdàn èèyàn àtàtà àtìwé tó kún lóòmọ̀ ọmọ kàsíkí àtẹ̀kọ́ wálé láyé oyè ọba lọ́mọ adé èmi ò ríru ọ láì rí bàbá Bátúndé Lamidi àtàn dátì ń ṣe ọ́tì àtàndá tó ń rí mi ó tún bí méjì gan adéríbi gbé ọmọ lọ́wọ́ yín Aláàfin àtàndá ní gbogbo ayé ń ròyìn ẹni aróyìn tá a lérò tá ọmọ pópó ọláìwọlá ọmọ alówó lódù ọláìwọlá àtàndá lọmọ alówó lódù bí ìyèrè adéríbi gbé ọmọ láwọyìn Aláàfin àtàndá tí gbogbo ayé ń ròyìn ẹni aróyìn tá a lérò tá olókìtí dẹ́rù bàyàn àtàndá ọmọ kú ọmọ àrùn ọmọ òfò ọmọ ẹ̀jà ọmọ ẹ̀ta ọmọ àdábálẹ̀ ọlọ́wọ́lá àtàndá lọ́mọ àtìmọ́lódé àrí bí wọ́n ti ń sojú ọmọ ọlọ́wọ́yìn azọ̀rọ̀ anádòmí àtàn. Yakojúmọ́ àwa la lọ́ba o. Ẹ má máa pa aláṣejù. Àwa la lọ́ba o. Ẹ má máa pa aláṣejù. Àwa la lọ́ba. Àwa la lọ́ba o. Ẹ má máa pa aláṣejù. Àwa la lọ́ba. Èwe láìjọba o. Èwe láìjọba o. Ẹ má máa pa aláṣejù. Èwe láìjọba o. Ẹ má máa pa aláṣejù. Èwe láìjọ. Ọmọ Adéyẹmí káàbọ̀.
Thank you very much, the Palace Poet. We are very grateful. Thank you very much. And we thank you for that long poem to wake up His Royal Majesty. I will start this program by calling on a distinguished poet to welcome the Kabiyesi to this program. Alimat Folaranmi, please welcome the Kabiyesi for us. Alimat, you have to unmute. You have to unmute. We can't hear you. You have to unmute. Unmute. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. It's now my pleasure to call on Professor Jide Osuntokun to begin this interview. Professor Osuntokun is a chief of Oyo, the Bakwit of Oyo. He completed his degrees at Ibadan and Dalhousie, and thereafter a distinguished career followed. He became a professor, administrator, Nigerian's ambassador, a very prominent author. He is the officer of the Order of Niger, and is also received the Presidential Honor Republic of Equatorial Guinea. Thank you and welcome to the program, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Tony Falola. Kábíyèsí, Kájọ pẹ́ lórí òkè bàtà pẹ́ lẹ́sẹ̀. Your Royal Majesty, it is a pleasure for me to be asked to interview you. It's an honor because it's not everybody who sees the Alaafin. Thank God I've been to the palace a couple of times, and it is always a pleasure to see you. Ordinarily, I should be properly dressed to address the Alaafin. I should be wearing Yoruba, Agbada, and the rest of it. But because I'm out of the country and it's very cold where I am, that's why I'm wearing this Western suit. Permit me, Kábíyèsí. And ordinarily, an interview with the Alaafin should have been conducted in Yoruba language. But because this is for an international audience, this is why I'm sure Tony Falola is conducting this interview in English. But since I know that Kábíyèsí is versatile in the English language, it is not going to be a difficult thing for me to ask a few of the questions in English, and Kábíyèsí will reply in the same language. The first question I would like to ask is that historically, the same Oronyo who founded the dynasty in Oyo was also briefly in Benin, where he then fathered a son who later became the primogenitor of the dynasty in Benin. Now, the question I really want to ask is that since the Alaafin is descended from the same Oromiyan, a prince of Ife, who after his disenchantment with Benin, came and found his own kingdom in Oyo, how come there is not a strong relationship between the dynasty in Oyo and the dynasty in Benin today? And I also want to add that historically, the Alaafin dynasty was also related to the pre-Fulani dynasty in Nupe land and also in Borgu. The important thing about traditional rulership is the opportunity to use this institution to forge closer relationship with other groups in Nigeria. The question I'm asking is that, has the Alaafin been using the throne to forge relationship between, say, Edo people, Yoruba people, but group people that we call Ibariba, and the Nupe people?
Thank you, my dear professor. You are one of those historians that is very much revered throughout Yoruba land, throughout Nigeria. You yourself have done monumental work on the history of Yoruba. And perhaps I think you have written a lot also about the relationship between Oyo and Benin Kingdom. This is not in doubt. There used to be robust relationship between Oyo Alaafin dynasty and the dynasty in Benin. Throughout the continental conferences of Oba, initiated first in Oyo, the Obas in Yoruba land knew themselves in flesh for the first time in 1937. The British planned that the relationship between the Oduduwa clan, the dynasty of Oduduwa, the Obaship in the whole western region of Nigeria must come together. They started arranging the conference in 1934, and all of them agreed after consultation with the British colonial masters that there should be a meeting that they want to meet themselves. In the past, the cliche Yoruba used to be that you don't have to see the Oba's influence, but that changed when we are under the colonial masters. It was arranged, and 99% of robbers consulted by the British colonial masters agreed that they want to meet themselves and see themselves in flesh. The conference was arranged in 1937, where all these Obas, at that time only 18 Obas were qualified to attend the conference. The Akinswa, then the second, Oba of Benin, and the Alaafin, Oba was on the throne. He then chairman the meeting at Oyo. The Oni was present. The Alake, the Awujale. Even at that time, the Oba of Lagos came. So a conference was arranged. That conference, the Obas in western region of Nigeria knew themselves in flesh as they exchanged views. Relationship between, there was no doubt about the relationship until 1922 or so. The language in the court of Palace of Benin was Yoruba.
That's true.
But then, are you hearing me?
Yes, sir, we are hearing you.
We're hearing you, sir.
That conference, the first of its kind in 1937, afforded the Obaship that were selected on basis of their hierarchical and paramountcy, knew themselves.
Yes, Kabiyesi, following on that question, I'm happy that you raised the fact that in those days there were only a few recognized Obas, but now almost every village has what used to be called a Baale. In those days, almost every village has an Oba who insists to be addressed as His Royal Majesty. The whole thing has become so unwieldy that I believe people of your stature in Yoruba land perhaps owes it to to the institution to make a pronouncement on the, on this unwieldiness, because hundreds of people now go around wearing beaded crowns, which was not the same in the old days. I mean, when I was growing up, I knew the number of Obas who could wear beaded crowns, but nowadays, almost everybody is doing the same. So the unwieldy nature of Obaship, I think, is constituting a disservice to the institution.
Yes. This phenomenon started when politics crept into the institution of barbership. The politician introduced a new dimension the politician in Nigeria introduced a new dimension into the status, control, and administration of CST institution. They see it as a veritable ground to boil up their chance for political control of the machinery of government. If you are a very important politician and you hold well power, you use that power to acquire political influence, and that it came that introduced politics into the whole chieftaincy institution in Yoruba land. Baales, chiefs under paramount Obas. Any politician coming to power, you use his influence to ensure that chieftaincy cease from his own area, who occupy a very low estimation in the eyes of the world, is close with the paraphernalia of Obaship. That is how the whole thing started. When it started, those who were on the throne at that time tried their best to control it, legislation upon legislation. If we start to treat this matter, it will be only a matter we will only treat today. To introduce dignity and sanity into such an institution, I, with others of like mind, wrote memo, petition to the authority. But since the Obas are not completely in control of the machinery of government, they fail in order to bring dignity and sanity to chieftaincy institutions. Proliferation of traditional institutions like crowns is a phenomenon that started when political power were under the control of our own sons, who obviously you must be embarrassed, because during the colonial period, since nobody who is not allowed to wear crown will put on the crown his head, he will be disciplined, and there will be immediate censure of that shit. But when politicians took over, our sons took over the political control of the state, it changed. And then you have chieftaincy institution being occupied by those who are not entitled to do so. That's the reason why you don't have good control of the administration of chieftaincy anymore. I think I could stop here because I cannot begin to mention instances, what I've done, the letters I've written, pointing out that this has become a bushfire that will not be able to be controlled again by even the politicians themselves. They have created octopus, and it is now trying everybody in the face. You have Obas whose domain is not more than a very little village, calling himself His Imperial Majesty. And nobody can stop him from calling to do so, because there is no law we apply to caution him.
Thank you, Kabiyesi. The other question I would like to ask.
Are you satisfied with my explanation?
Yes, well, I am satisfied. The other question I would like to ask is that in the past, particularly in an allied ethnic group like the Edo people, they have this principle of succession to the throne based on primogeniture. The child of the reigning king automatically becomes Oba, But in Yoruba land, we have, every time there is a vacancy, there's always a struggle among royal brothers to ascend the throne. When did the principle of primogeniture depart from Yoruba land? And in Oyo in particular, I'm happy, and I think most of us Yorubas are happy that the throne alternates between the Adeyemis and the Ladigbolu, who are, of course, descended from the same family. Because you don't have to be, unless you are a blind man, when you say Ladigbolu man, you almost mistake him for an Adeyemi. For example, Bishop Ladigbolu and yourself, you look remarkably the same, as if you are brothers, but you are from alternating royal houses. But the point I really want to make is that when did the one single family, when did it break into royal houses, and how many ruling houses are in Oyo?
There are 2 ruling houses in Oyo. Please let me correct you a little bit. These 2 families that reign in Oyo, who are descended from the same Atiba lineage, are Aguloye, that is the first son of Atiba, who was an Arema. Atiba, the first king in Oyo, this present Oyo side. The energy is this. The first child of Atiba, fourth son. There was a conference.
I think there's a problem from the other side. I can't see the Kabiyesi again.
His first son, Adenu. His first son ruled with him as Arema Adenu of Atiba. Before his death, when the conference was convocated, now all the Yoruba areas of the country, as investigated before his death, there will be this question, whether an Arema should pass on that he died with his father. But they changed the law that in order for Chieftaincy Kobo not to rock the Alaafin dynasty after his death, it was agreed that your laws should be changed. And all the representatives of Yoruba land that came to that conference agreed that the old laws should be changed, that Arema could succeed his father if he is found worthy, if he is in character, in bearing, he should be able to reign. They agreed. Kome was the Are Ona Kakanfo, who the Atiba made the Are Ona Kakanfo. After the death of the Alaafin Atiba, he reneged. There was problem. That instigated the Jai War of 1642, 1640. Now, what I want to bring about the lineage is this. Adelu reigned as Agolori the first after Atiba. It should have been Atiba the second. But he ruled when he became the Alaafin as Agolori the first. His Arema was his own Arema was I'll get the name now, was Lawani Aguboja. He reigned as Arema. Lawani reigned as Arema of Agloe. When Agloe died, he succeeded his father. He called himself Lawani Aguboja. The son of Lawani Aguboja was Ladigolu, who reigned with him. When he died, Ladigolu succeeded him because he had Lawani had a very short reign of 5 or 6 years. The Rebels compensated him and said, let his son, who was Adarema for him, go to the throne. Meanwhile, because anytime they went to war of expansion of the empire, Adeyemi was the favorite son who was warlike and went to war with his own father, Atiba. When Lawani reigned, he never called himself Agolori Atiba. He chose a new name for himself, Lawani Aguboja. When he died, and they begged Ladigolu to come to the throne, Ladigolu was a son to Aguboja. Instead of using Aguboja the second or Atiba the fourth, he used Ladigolu the first. You see, it's narrow. So the ruling house is not Ladigolu in Oyo. It's computerized in law under section 4 bracket 2 of the Civil law. It's clear. There are two ruling houses, Agolori ruling house and Adeyemi. It is Adeyemi themselves that kept a strict order of succession. When my father was reigned, he reigned as Adeyemi second. So the clear thing in the where there is no problem in Oyo is that we in Oyo observe strictly the succession pattern set by our great grandfather Atiba the first. That the ruling houses to provide an Alaafin at the time of occupancy, that it will be Agolori ruling house and Adeyemi. So there are two ruling houses. If I were to do it, I can have yes.
You
understand now?
I understand. The question I want to ask now is that around the 16th century or thereabout, the first invasion of Oyole by the Nupe people led to the evacuation of Oyole for some time. And the Alaafin's palace, the court, moved to places like Ushu, Kishi, and then finally settled in Igboho. Now, today in Igboho, there are a couple of Obas, within the same town, which is not strange. Because in many parts of Yoruba land, in Abeokuta, in Ogbomoso, in many towns in Ekiti and Osun, you do have this dichotomy of rulership, the old and the new. Now, the point I'm trying to ask, Kabiyesi, is the tradition seems to have been established in Oyo that wherever the Alaafin is the capital. Because for several years, the Alaafin was ruling from Igboho, and nobody challenged him. That unless you go back to Oyole, So what I'm saying is that a tradition seems to have been established to suggest that the capital of Oyo is not necessarily a physical area. It is where the Alaafin's court is. I want you to explain a little bit about that. And this will not be strange to Oyo alone. I mean, other empires, did the same.
Yes, sir. It's simply here. Wherever the Alaafin live is the capital. Because there can only be one palace, according to the history of the Oyo. The Alaafin stays anywhere. Wherever he stays to rule, convenient for him to rule, is the capital. And all other areas are under him. Because even up to today, you still find that in Yoruba land, where the Alaafin rules, where is the consenting authority of all the Oba? It's only in Oyo. There are chieftaincy law in Yoruba country. They only cannot go outside Ife district to appoint anybody as Oba or give his consent. The Oba will come from Jesaland, rules in Jesaland. That was concretized in 1914 when you have Nigeria being brought together. The Alaafin, the whole Oyo division, Oyo province, was an area of 18,381 square miles for Oyo. For purpose of effective administration, that province was divided into 3 broad divisions. Oyo division of Oyo province occupying an area of 8,000 square miles of the 14,000. Now, the Ife division of Oyo province covers Ile-Ife, Ijesa, and Ila. Ibadan has 7 districts under Oyo with an area of 4,000 square miles. Ife division has an area of 1,660 square miles. So, and they were under Oyo division. So you see the enormous area that Alaafin is still occupied when the Europeans came and was concretized into law. That has been the position till today. It has not changed. The chieftaincy declarations of all the in an area of 8,000 square miles is where the Alaafin gives his consent. That he has the greatest responsibility thrust on his shoulder, and that is why it's called Imperial Majesty. But people who are under his division now, who are under his district, have started calling themselves the Imperial Majesty without government being able to do anything to them. So you should realize that even up to today, I have the greatest and the enormous responsibility in institution. All the land, question of land boundary, land adjustment, it was done by the Alaafin Ife division when there was problem about the land between Ife and Ijesa. Alaafin mediated in 1948. It was my own father, Asademi II, that sent Are Lugo and Alaafin to advocate on land matter. The boundary is fixed at that time, still stands till today. Igbaye, Osogbo, Ede, Ikirun, all that area, the Alaafin fit the boundary of their relative in terms of land matter is stand today. Now, Ife versus Ibadan, the Alaafin fit the boundary. Then Ibadan versus Abeokuta, the boundary was fixed at Bakatari. All these boundaries, because he owns the land, and everything the Alaafin said, because in the palace today, the boundaries are well demarcated. All their papers, the salary they are paid, the There's an information box that the British supplied the Alaafin. All these documents are intact in the palace.
Well, Kabiyesi, I must congratulate you because you are sitting on a throne that is more than 1,000 years old. It's not an easy thing to be able to modernize an institution that is so old, but at the same time, modernization is very important for continuity. I want you to briefly, because I don't have much time, to briefly say a few things that has happened to you in your own time. I know university, institutions and so many other things that has come to you in your own time.
Well, I'm very happy that there have been enough of tremendous changes in the polity. When I came, you realize that our people who invested are still investing in education. Education is the major industry of Yoruba people because the basis of their institution is scholarship, not only in fluency of language, not only in the euphony of the diction, but in the practice of administration. Our people, our forefathers, left a legacy of robust administration for the throne of Alaafin. Now, the first post-primary education institution in Yoruba land was St. Andrew's College, which was founded in 1896 when the Alaafin Adeyemi III was on the throne. Now, my father founded the first grammar school in Oyo, that is Olivet High School, in 1945 when he came to the throne. Since then, there have been greatest impetus. I myself added lustrous to this phenomenon. Secondary schools are banned in Oyo, primary schools are banned in Oyo, so that we will also share in the impetus of educationally advanced area. We are making way. Today, we have the first federal surveying school of surveying established in 1909 in Oyo. Now is going to be a university in due course. We have also Federal Government College Oyo. So we have the presence of federal government, and the state government also has done a lot. So we are catching up with the rest of the country educationally. And we have professors, many professors like yourself, whom we have trained, Professor Lasisi of University of Ilorin, the professor in Ibadan, which we have trained under the aegis of the University of Ibadan. There are many of them like that. So we are happy, grateful that God in his uncanny way has assisted us to catch up with the rest of Yoruba land.
The last point, which will be last question, which will be a very short one. As a young man, you went to a Catholic secondary school, St. Gregory's. Even though a Muslim, you went to a Catholic school. Has that affected your view of life in terms of tolerance and liberal views about religion that live and live? Religion is a private affair. It shouldn't be something that people fight over. Yoruba people are known for that tolerance. Has that affected you personally?
Well, I was lucky. I started schooling when I was taken to Salado Kwadimola, the Alaafin of Oyo. He's a Christian, and he tried his best he is a Christian, the Alaafin, and he has a lot of respect for my father. What my father did was take me to a royal institution that combines gate. He was not educated, my father, in the Western way, but he loved his love of education. So he sent me to be trained by Salada Guatemala. They tried to change me into a Christian, wanting to give me a Christian name because my name is Sabiti. They wanted to give me Lawrence. I refused. Say, I'm not going to change my religion because they left me. So I retained my name even when I was a member of the choir in Alaafin Palace. There is a school in the Palace of Alaafin, which is basically Christian school. I started there. I was fortunate to follow the Alaafin to Osogbo, where he was in exile. At that time, I spent a year with Alaafin in Osogbo, and then I was taken again to Sir Kufora Adekunle. He's a medical doctor. They call him Dr. Tita Tinubu because he has a clinic at Alice City in Tinubu, Lagos. I started there again, going to Methodist school. We go to morning class. After the morning class, do the normal service. After the morning service, we go to the school. I was very, very prevalent and proficient in Christian way. I know the chant, I know the Bible upside down. I can quote and quote the Bible even up to now. But I never changed my name and my religion. Now I went to Muslim school, he said, after the completion of this thing, and I combine with this, I have a very high retentive memory. I can remember date, place, time, up to now. I think this Christian school prepared me in a very big way for my future, what I do now. I'm grateful, but I never changed my religion. The formation is that I want to develop character. Character as a means of using everything I have for humanity. So here I am today. I'm a Christian, I'm a Babalawo, and I'm a Alaji. So I combine the three religions, which I know. My coming to the church made me to be in contact with the purely native religion. I can converse with you in Ifa all day. I can converse with you in Christian Bible all day. And also I can relate to you in Muslim prayer all day. So I think I have a robust understanding of all these tenets of religion that we have in Nigeria. And it gave me an opportunity to understand the viewpoints of those religions. So there is no clash. There you have the Alaafin of Adeyemi III.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Professor.
Thank you, Kabiyesi.
For this opportunity. We are very grateful. Let me quickly recognize some people who are here and listening to us. I won't mention all names. I recognize Professor Dele Jegede, who used to do cartoons for the Daily Times. Welcome, Professor Yobanjo, former Vice Chancellor, University of Lagos. Thank you, Professor Delilai Wola, who used to be the Director of the African Studies Center. Professor Niyo Shundare, thank you very much. Michael Vickers, who used to be a professor in the 70s at IFE, Professor Duro Sharo, thank you very much. A major writer on Benin, Uyilawa Usonlole, who used to work for the National Council. Professor Mukola Wole, thank you very much for coming. Professor Dukoya, Professor Migwale from Connecticut, Alaroye Alawadedayo, thank you. Distinguished journalist, Chiro Numa, prominent translator, Pamela Smith, thank you for coming. Yinka Adeboye, you're welcome. Oshunuga, Baba Oshunuga, Psychiatrist Raji, and many more. I will mention many of you. Richard Joseph. Let me apologize that the system, the technology it's not as good as we want. We sincerely apologize. Hopefully things will correct. The next person to interview the Kabesi is a professor from the University of Ibadan, who is a princess, Adenike Akinjobi. I was born to the royal family of Oba Lamidi of Ekiti, and she went to school at Ilorin, also at Ibadan, a diploma at Harvard, and she's presently a professor in the Department of English. She's a poet, a writer, English speech trainer. Welcome, Professor Akinjobi. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Kábíyèsí Iku Baba Yeye, mo wà lórí ìkúnlẹ̀. Mo kí yín tẹ̀ṣọ́, mo kí yín tológun. Mo kí gbogbo olóyè láàfin bàbá. Mo kí gbogbo àwọn ìyá mi olórí láàfin. Kábíyèsí kádé ó pẹ́ lórí, kí bàtà ó pẹ́ lẹ́sẹ̀. Ìrùkẹ̀rẹ̀ kò di ọ̀kẹ́ni, ẹṣin ọba kò jókòó pẹ́. I want to thank our distinguished Professor Toyin Falola for giving me the privilege to interview my royal father, His Imperial Majesty, the Alaafin of Oyo. Kábíyèsí, it's an opportunity for me to interview today, and I appreciate it greatly. My first question, sir, as a monarch who has successfully ruled Oyo for decades and has impacted greatly on the Yoruba race, you have been privileged to witness events across government and time. What is your view about the relationship of the Yoruba people with other Nigerian tribes? How will you describe this relationship in terms of getting stronger or weaker, and why? Kábíyèsí.
Well, thank you for the accolade that you have prayed for me. By the grace of God, you will live to a ripe old age yourself, and God will continue to strengthen you.
Amen.
Yoruba, from the time immemorial, do not see themselves as an island unto themselves. They have always in their time been forging alliances, being close, reacting, and trying to consolidate their gains both in education, in the expansive land they have acquired through alliances. And that has been the basis of the strength of the Yoruba people, that they are close to people far and near. And there has been also intermarriage between the Yorubas. They started this phenomenon. The first lawyer in Nigeria was Yoruba. The first doctor in Nigeria was Yoruba. The first female doctor, Mrs. Abimbola Awoli, was a Yoruba. The first woman to drive a car in Nigeria was a Yoruba woman. The first dentist, Mrs. Simi Johnson, was a Yoruba. So, through education, through enlightenment, Yoruba had used that privilege of falsification in their culture to ally with other people of Nigeria. They formed alliance even when politics started. You see, in Western Nigeria, you have people, the Igbos, the Hausas, all the nationalities in Nigeria. You have forged alliance with them in order to strengthen their political space. And that has been the strength of the Yoruba people. So we do not discriminate in the household. So you find that Yoruba come to realize that a nation is not built up by being just ruling your own enclave alone. There are tremendous and robust arrangements and alliances with other races of Nigeria. In Benin, among the Hausas, You have Yoruba man being Baba Jos, Baba Kanu, Baba Kaduna, because they have stayed there, understand the Hausa language, speak their language, even when some of them do not practice Islam as a religion. In the north, they stay there. So this interaction, long time, Yoruba had trade, transatlantic trade, that takes them to Tuareg, from Tuareg to Tripoli, and to Wida, to the then Osalic trade. Yoruba trade with Wida, Porto-Novo, and as far as Ashanti. In Ghana, you have sizable number of Yoruba people there now, speaking Yoruba. The fear or your dialect, they spoke, they are there. Anywhere you go to Cote d'Ivoire, go to anywhere, you see Ofa town is in Cote d'Ivoire. People from Ofa in Kwara State. So it has been the strength and the character that God has given the Yoruba to understand that they must live in contact, in unity with other race of mankind. Go to Segovia, a town in Spain. Go to Escoria, a town in Spain. You have Yoruba eating their food with their hand. Go to Candido's Hotel in Escoria. I've been there in Spain, where the Spanish people came to build Madrid. You have Yoruba there. Yoruba are very hospitable people. They are accommodating, and that is the strength. I hope by the grace of God that will continue, because it is not, there is no limitation to what Yoruba cannot do. When it comes to making friends, when it comes to making alliances, the Yoruba, they are flexible in all their dealings with people. They have partnership with people, with other races in Nigeria, other nationalities in Nigeria. That will continue to be the strength of our Yoruba nation. Are you there? Do you understand?
Yes, Kabiyesi.
Please, one second. I want to recognize the Oshimawe of Ondo, Bakiladejo, who has also joined us for this program, and two other Kabiyesi. Thanks for joining us. Eshe, please continue.
Thank you, sir. Kabiyesi. Now, Yoruba Nation has become a slogan we hear daily. There's an agitation for the Yoruba Nation. Some Yoruba people are aggrieved, and they seem to believe in the proverb that what is your stand on the Yoruba Nation, sir?
Well, we have what has happened. Let me tell you this, what has happened. Why the Yoruba agree? In the constitutional conferences that our three stalwarts in Nigeria, Amadu Bello, Sadano Sokoto, Dr. Nnamdi Azikiwe for the East, the Asifa Bafe Awolowo, they espoused three separate and individual policies. Sadano said not for the Northerners, East for Easterners, and West for the Westerners. Meaning, we cannot forge a common nationality. We are different in language, in culture, in everything. And they are not ready for self-independence because they have enough educated indigenous. Let me tell you what you will be surprised to hear from me. You are a professor. You must know before 1960, before we attained independence in 1960, it is the Yoruba pushing from 1956, pushing for independence. We are the first to get self-government to govern ourselves because of our pace. We set the pace in everything in Nigeria. The first region to have self-government, our administrative control of our affairs, the governors, Sir Simon Adebo was the permanent member of Nigeria United Nations. He's from the Western region. Awolowo now said, if a nation is composed of different nationality, different language, different worldviews, and different approach to administration, the best constitution that will be for that country will be federal system of government, where each area will pursue its own administration at its own pace, and lumping us together under one political entity will be very serious, because we are what we are. We are Yorubas, a nation. The first area in Africa to have urban settlement. Part of our settlement are bigger than Italy, Spain, and France when we are even under the regions. Now, what happened was that when they went to Lancaster House and they espoused their own policy of how Nigerians should be governed, the Awolowo won the day in Lancaster House that we should not lump all the places together under one political entity. The place of development in Yoruba land, can you imagine that before 1960, the total number of schools in the whole of the North was 126. In the whole of the North was 126. Whereas in the South, we have more than 5,000 schools at that time. So the pace of education, the pace of enlightenment is faster in Yoruba land. So we are a nation of our own, ruling ourselves. For instance, I as the Alaafin, mighty as they call me, I can't rule to the exclusion of the Oyo Mission. I cannot do it. I have no power. They are the chancellor of state. I want to put Ilu, the town. Now I cannot. You have never had any occasion that Alaafin in the more than 50 years of my reign that there have been any cleavage. We don't understand that I cannot do it. It's the first cabinet ever founded by an African society. When the first European came here, he said the notion of government in the European was clear division of labor and cabinet system. He said, strange as this may seem, the Oyo people had not only understood this, but had used it admirably, that the cabinet system first started in Yoruba land in Oyo. So imagine that your forefathers, my forefathers, had a character of ruling. You divide the town into Adugo quarters. Large quarters manned by principalship, Basonu quarter, Agbakin quarter, Samu quarter. They own their quarter. If I want to do anything in that quarter, I have to send to the Basonu. I want Mr. Gide to come to me tomorrow. He has a case with me. I cannot, as Alaafin, just go to his quarter and call anybody. I must send the Basonu. Basonu will then ask me, Kabiyesi, what has he done? Hope he has not committed any serious crime. I just say, I will tell him, well, I just want to see him. So that is the notion of what you and I inherited from our grandfathers. That system of government, this makes us a nation. We first set up the urban settlement. With the urban settlement, we last times came challenges. Then we use administrative innovation to face those challenges of administration. And that is the reason why the Yoruba can control anybody through your thought, through appealing to your sensibility as a Yoruba woman. There are things you will not, even in your married life, you will not tolerate, but people will tell you, please. Now, as a nation which we forged, you and I inherited this administrative spinach from our forefather. And that is what you are using today. You may not know. Even in your own married life is what has been ingrained in you at a very impressionable age as a lady. Your duty to your husband, nobody will tell you if you want to get something for husband. You know what to do. You have to respect him. You have to do this thing. It's not written anywhere, but it's written in the unwritten laws of Yoruba land. Now, when they were to leave the Lancaster House, the British agreed that in order for Nigeria to survive, each region must develop at its own pace. We first of all got self-government. We had the first agent general in London, that is an ambassador representing the interests of Western Nigerian students anywhere they go. Now, we had the first five-star hotel, that is the premier hotel. We have the first industry that we eat mango all the year round. Our technicians, our scientists at that time made it possible to store this mango in a tin, and they say at the end of a year and 4 months it should not be consumed again. So you have 9 months of the year you are taking mango when the mango season is gone. You have egusi soup put in a can. That was the level of our sophistication. The first stadium to play football in the night. The first stadium that the man who came to Nigeria in 1964, Jack London, the British boxing promoter, described as mini Wembley Stadium. Everything about it. Water. The principle of the liver, where I first got it was in 1964. I was a boxer. I wanted to fight at one of the boxing as one of the boxers to entertain the people in 1964. You know, he went to the stadium. He collected all the people there, went around, and got a toilet paper, measured it, and put the thing inside the water system. He pressed it, looked at his watch. It was 10 seconds that the water was filled. Then he said, any toilet that water does not refill within 10 seconds will not be able to take the feces away. So, let me draw you back. The amalgamation of Nigeria in 1914. Are you listening?
Yes, I'm listening. Kabiyesi.
Now, are you sure you believe me that we operated our self-government better without any hitch before we got independent in 1960, 1956 to 1960. We already ruling ourselves as a corporate and separate entity from the rest of Nigeria, and are making the best out of it. What happened? This is the reason why the people in Oyo, in Nigeria now, you say, what is happening? What is happening to us? Airways, we are not there. Railway, we are not there. Custom, we are not there. I don't want you to bombard me with statistics. What will contribute to national endeavor? If I do that, then we'll change this program to campaign. So we have always been ruling ourselves with everything that people can they glorify us, they respect us. When you as an educated people, do you know how many bills, how many laws have been passed in your state? Can you know? In the olden days, you know, because if you are speaking as a member of parliament or assembly, people will be recording your distance through shorthand. They will then go to take that shorthand to print in press. Tomorrow morning you will get whatever you have said. You know what are the contributions of your representatives representing you. Now nobody knows anything. You just hear in the paper tomorrow where the House of Assembly or National Assembly has given the president or the governor permission to borrow 20 billion. There is no way you can criticize anybody now. There's no way you can criticize. In the past, you can criticize your representative. What have you been doing in Parliament? It will be published in Answered in the paper tomorrow, the same day. Now, are we running a constitutional government in Nigeria, even in our state? So that is not the waste of the Yorubas. That is why people are crying. These are all the things that our forefathers were noted for. If your father, they come from the assembly, they will call you as children. This is what I've done today. This is what I've done today. You know, been fortunate to rule themselves, and they have ruled, and that is why you find the sobriquet in Yoruba, Adisebi Oyolari, that is the space setter, not evil.
Ask your question. Ask your next question. I think Professor Akin Obi is having some internet. Let me recognize people who are here too. Professor Anthony Ashiwaju, thanks for coming. Professor Abiodun Ala of King's College, London. Ndeki Lani of Mainframe, the head of History Department, Professor Adeshina, Professor Tunji Olapa, Vice Chancellor of the University, Professor Hamidu Sani, thank you. Ambassador Akinfayomi, thank you. Abes, let me ask you a question, sir. We are now having a number of people outside of Nigeria calling themselves Oba England, Oba France, Oba UK. What do you say to this, that somebody can just wake up and say it's Oba France?
Now, that shows a breakdown of the culture of the race in one aspect. Anybody brought up in the very strict culture of Yoruba would not have time to say you want to become an Oba. First, if it's not from royal house, those people doing that are failure. They went to that anywhere they went, France, Italy. That's the reason why they go there, whether to acquire education or to acquire necessary skill that improve their brain or anything. They go there, they fail in what they have gone to do there. And the next thing they see they can do, they want to become Oba. No Yoruba man in right senses brought up in a culture, a distinctive culture that people have praised, the highest excellence, about the best form of government among the wise, lies in separation of power. Well, strange that this may seem, the Central African people, the Yoruba, have not only studied this out, but have put this into practice long before the white settled in America and before the barons extracted it through the Magna Carta in Great Britain. That is an European man praising the Yoruba for their culture, for their character, involving a distinctive constitutional law without any help from anybody. And as they said, the first prime minister in Britain was Robert Walpole. who became the first prime minister in 1740. But in 1730, the Yoruba has been practicing. Now a Yoruba man will go to France and say he will become an Oba. That's madness. I don't see it as a neurosis. I think it's a breakdown in the cultural trait of that person. So the next thing he wants to be, what does he mean by an Oba? A king. Ruling who? Ruling idiots like himself? I don't think we want to see those people serious. At night, that man will go to his work as a night guide. Because France itself has no king. They have no king. They have done away with their king. Has there been a cultural interpolation? No. Those characters are laughing stock. They are making themselves laughing stock of the world. The processes of becoming an Oba, even in Nigeria, is through a recognized law to become an Oba in Yoruba. Even today, you must have a ruling house. The ruling house must have mandated you, selected you. They select you through the various processes. You can't just wake up as a carpenter, as a tailor, as a mechanic and say the next thing you want to do is become an Oba. They are making themselves laughing stock of the world. When this phenomenon first cropped up, I wrote a letter to all the Obas in Yoruba land. Who is an Oba? Who is an Oba? Say, who is an Oba? I wrote put up many arguments, and I wrote to people in France that you should not do it. Why do you want to become an Oba? What is the duty of that Oba? The different people came to that country for different reasons. Are they going to tax them to pay you salary? Who will pay you salary? They are not for you. You are not under the surveillance or authority of anybody. When you go, you are under the authority of the government or the people in France, in Italy. When you go there, you cannot impose on them your own cultural trait. So that, I think, is madness.
Thank you, sir. We have a number of museums, and we want to believe that we create more museums. So how can we have, say, a museum in Oyo that people will be visiting from all over the world?
What we have seen, look at the museum you have around. In our museums that we have in Nigeria, which of them, I want you to enlighten me, which of the museum treat a particular object that they want to showcase to people outside the world? Which of them? The museum that we want to have for women of Africa, we have materials. The museum I intend to create drawings of Tanzania from where women use the Yoruba land, the clothes they use, the beads they use, the hair tie they use, the camwood, how they adorn their body. We have those materials. We want to create it and put it for posterity to record that our women are one of the finest and species in the world. They rank among the finest. They have what they use for their body, the soap they use, the surgery, the camwood, everything. I've been collecting that for the past 50 years, and I think I can have that museum, show the world that our women are one of the best in the world. That's the reason why I want to have a museum of women, the first one in Africa. The museum has not shown what are women wear? What do they wear? Now they are wearing scampy dresses, imitating Europeans, what they use. They are almost going naked. Our guys are almost going naked. And nobody to stop them. Then as this phenomenon of this social media, as educated people, as professionals, as distinguished scholars, do you think you can arrest the phenomenon of the impact of social media life in what is coming to Nigeria? You see, what if you press your telephone, what comes out in the social media all over the world is gone. What we are using social media for in Nigeria is quite different. We are using it to present ourselves as apes and those people who have no culture at all. Culture, I believe strongly, that is the magnificence of man's life. Without culture, we come as no mere animals like gorilla or donkeys. That is the reason why I think I can use the platform of the Alaafin to showcase what our women used to wear in the past. But where have we gone wrong? Can we stem the tide of this? In Saudi Arabia, in Japan, in China, they still keep their culture in spite of the advances in science and technology. We have scientists, we have equally well-educated people in all aspects of human endeavor, but we have not been able to use them. They said for anybody to understand teaching, you teach in your mother's tongue. If you teach in your mother's tongue, that person will be able to speak other language fluently as being spoken by other nationals. But we have not done that. Then we came out with foolish idea that we must destroy history, that no history should be taught. If you don't touch history, how do you know where you are coming from and where you are going in future? All those things made me to realize that I must protect certain distinctive culture of Yoruba, which is going to extinction.
Thank you, sir. Let me now call on Professor Akinlaw. Professor Akinlaw. Once again, I apologize for all the technical issues. Professor Akinlaw. While waiting for Professor Akinlaw, I'm very glad, Kabiyesi, that you are very current with. Okay, Professor Akinlaw, are you there?
Yes, sir.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you so much, Professor Fayela, for giving me the opportunity to be on the panel to interview our Baba Iku Baba Yeye. I'd like to start by saying that we are privileged celebration of Alaafin of Oyo.
Can you raise your voice, sir? Can you raise your voice?
I'd like to create your indulgence to ask my question, because I really don't have the right to stand before you and ask questions. But let me take your indulgence, sir, to ask some questions that are in the area of culture, especially amongst the Yoruba. I equally want to thank Professor Shintokun, the Secretary of Oyo, for providing leadership in this area of scholarship. And I extend this to Professor Falola too, for encouraging us to develop our scholarship in the area of Yoruba culture. My first question, sir, would be to ask you that Oba Adeyemi and Chief Obafemi Awolowo, during their lifetime, belonged to two different and opposing parties and ideologies. However, I have listened to you on a number of occasions and I have had the opportunity of working with you to know the enormous respect you have for Chief Obafemi Awolowo and his views regarding political leadership in Yoruba land. Sir, would you want to explain your love for Chief Obafemi Awolowo and his policies?
Huh? Could you please reframe the question in such a way that
the question is about the relationship between your own father, Oba Lamidi Adeyemi III, and Chief Obafemi Awolowo, that during their lifetime, they belonged to two opposing parties ideologies. But I've had the opportunity of listening to you, of interacting with you, to the extent of knowing and appreciating the enormous respect you have for Chief Obafemi Awolowo, especially his legacies in education. I'd like, sir, to ask, is there any reason for this relationship between you and the ideals and ideas of Chief Obafemi Awolowo?
Well, Awolowo came before his time. My father was a man of the old block who believed in the power of the Alaafin, untrammeled power of the Alaafin. He never understood the dynamics or policies of the time. My father. Now, what happened was that he was caught up in the struggle for power in the Western region. There was this, if you realize, Yorubas are cosmopolitan. A lot of Yoruba people were in the NCNC, the major political opposition to Awolowo's action group. Now, when the Western region was to be formed, the NCNC defeated Chief Obafemi Awolowo of the action group in the first legislative election to the Western Region House of Assembly. My father was prominent in that scenario. The Oyo people voted massively for the NCNC. Oyo Central was here with his hand. All the votes in that area were secured by the NCNC. And they called my father as one of the town supporters of the NCNC. Now, before the formation of the government, there were nocturnal meetings around. Then Awolowo was able to convince people like Akiloye and others. At the floor of the Western House of Assembly, they crossed carpet. Instead of Dr. Nnamdi Azikiwe becoming the first premier of the Western region, some people crossed over to the action group, and Awolowo became the prime minister, premier. You understand? So it's just that they now visited that victory, the person to be punished, to be victimized. My father was caught up. That is the scenario. If you have a very honest and critical person for that era, he was victimized, persecuted. My father was victimized, persecuted, and intimidated to death. Yes, I should have very bitter and hatred for Shiva Olo. But now, as a political scientist myself, I have to understand, I have to realize why it was so. Somebody must suffer. Somebody must bear the brunt of the scenario. It just resulted that my father was victimized and treated the way he was treated. But Awolowo, as a person, as a phenomenon, you have to study very clearly his policy to be able to condemn him. That's what I've been trying to do. When it comes to personal level, you can say Awolowo is a very wicked person. The treatment he gave to the Alaafin Adeyemi II was bad, I know. But what are the people that Alaafin himself serve? What have they done? Do they immortalize him? Those on account he suffered? So I think I can stop like that. And I tell you, when you are now recording the political scenario of the era, when Awolowo, will you like this quotation from Awolowo that centrifugal force and centripetal force can never meet? You are a political scientist, you are an historian. You should be able to know that he said the standard of the fundamental policy of my party in the Western region was to bring the overship to focal point. That anybody that try to undermine the institution of Oba is wasting his time. Chieftaincy is intricately wedded into our society, that any attempt by anybody to undermine and weaken it to a point of impotence will sure lead to irreparable disaster. That is what he said. Now, the succeeding political party governors who are ruling Yoruba land, are they imbibing his philosophy? They are not. They are still punishing the Obas. They reduced the salary of Oba to 1 kobo. They still pursue the Oba. Nowadays, Obas are not called to head any corporation or anything. Oba will have ministers without portfolio. Obas were appointed minister at that time. The new Obas is given any post. Even in serious affairs of maintenance of law and order, which we are perfect, we know most of you, they don't import it. So we must distinguish Awolowo as a politician, Awolowo as a man. Awolowo as a man has his foremost. Even when he practiced, when he preached this thing, he himself never practiced it to a point. Because if he practiced to a point, at the time when you have action group crisis between Akintola and Awolowo, Awolowo was born in 1909, Akintola in 1910. Akintola prostrated for Awolowo, begging him to forgive him. If Awolowo had forgiven Akintola, the Northerner would not have making road to us. Awolowo would not have gone to prison. You see? So you see him espousing a brilliant political philosophy, not practicing it at the time he needed to do that. He should have known that the successes of the action group is so surprising to everybody that the Northerners and the Easterners hated him, hated Awolowo. They fear him, they loathe him. He was the first to make Sadana to go and campaign in the north because of a blistering campaign when he using helicopter to go to nooks and crannies of the northern area to appeal to the northern people to jettison Sadana. That forced Sadana to go and campaign, and he made a vow that he will never forgive Awolowo for what he did in the north, because he has galvanized enough to begin to go against their own people. That was he did. I think I'm clear, Professor. Please see this point, see this aspect of my narration. You may not like it, but that is my own approach to understudy and study the political giants we have in the past.
And Kabesi, Excellency, Mr. Olowo Dosunmu.
What did they say? Please reframe your question.
The question, I was just telling you, Kabesi, that Ambassador Olowo Dosunmu just listened to your answer on her father.
Thank you, sir.
The first.
Is here with us?
In the meeting here?
Yes.
Well, I believe, in part of the family, this thing, I believe Awolowo is a phenomenon. I believe it's one of the best politicians that you have ever had. And because we can get another him, it will take a long time.
Thank you.
All the policy and all the things espoused, they are still relevant up to today. If we can get somebody to be like him. Now, look at the way he put it. When Nigeria had defense pact with Britain, he was the one who got the information and leaked it to Nigeria that whoever will be serving Britain as long as he lives as a human being. Once we have a defense pact with them, and there was also, you see, even nobody knew he could bounce back when he was in prison. But because of the strong character the man had, he came back and led the Western region out of the wood. He's a remarkable human being. He was a remarkable human being.
Thank you, Kabiyesi. Thank you, Kabiyesi, for that answer. My next question would be in the area of nation building amongst the youth. I want us to look at the career of an important Oba Alaafin of Oyo, Alaafin Atiba. Alaafin Atiba was a master strategist. He was a consummate and astute diplomat, and he succeeded in bringing Oyo back to glory immediately after the collapse of the First Empire. He also went ahead to moderate politics in Yoruba land, even during the turbulence of the 19th century. He changed so many things in order to modernize Yoruba land and to keep Yoruba land within the Yoruba culture and what Yoruba culture had then to offer the society. My question, sir, is to ask you, is there anything that you can learn from the genius of Alaafin Atiba in building a new Yoruba nation? Thank you, sir.
We can't hear.
You cannot hear?
Now we can hear, sir. Let's see. Continue, sir.
I said Atiba should be dubbed one of the heroes of Yoruba nation. Now, as Alaafin, he had a clear idea of what he wanted to do for the throne. Atiba Adewimbi tó pàlú méje pọ̀ tí ń bá gbogbo wọn jagun, ara Agódóńgbò kò gbọdọ̀ roko, Òjògbòdú kò gbọdọ̀ rodò, Ọ̀dọ̀fin Ìjàyè Òdóde Lákàndú ó máa jà á bìràn gangan. Ìwọ̀lárí la kákólákó, èjì ọ̀bọ̀rọ̀ ìwọ̀lárí la kọ́fà lọ́fà, amúban àfìlùban amápátá lápátá, bẹ̀m̀bẹ̀ Àtìbà ó débẹ̀ ó tì wọ́n lójú ó já wọn ló lápò ó já. Ó tì wọ́n gẹ̀rẹ̀ ó lu ajaga àṣẹ kó tó gbára àgàgà tégún gbogbo wọn bì lólógbà. This is a man who was fighting on different fronts in order to stabilize the Yoruba nation and stabilize Oyo hegemony. He performed well and conquered all these areas that this thing resonate to 30, 40, 50 miles radius. You hear of Atiba, you'll be afraid even to go and fetch water in the stream. This is a man that brought Oyo back to the present site of Oyo from old Oyo and established the empire here. Administratively, he was the first among the Yoruba rulers of his time that understood if you don't have a very virile army, strong and virile army, you will not have peace. Peace is determined by the amount of violence that you can inflict on your opponent. That is, you must control the monopoly of violence as a king. He did that and re-established the empire here. Successfully, he was the one who then came about to decentralize the authority of the Alaafin when he realized the exigencies of the circumstances he was ready. He convoced, after establishing the empire, and it was running very well, he convoked a meeting, a conference, they called Alabaya Conference. He was said before his death, what are we looking forward? What will come of Yoruba nation after I must have gone? He saw himself getting old, and he believed youth should be mobilized. He then set up a minister of youth, Onamade Kekeke. That's an Oyomesi that he brought up in part for the youth. Not only that, when the conclusion of the conference made recommendation, he implemented all the recommendations that he made. And then said, Western Yoruba Palatinate, Ibo, Ijana, should not be disturbed. They should be put under the area on the Kakanfo, Kumin, and Ijaye. And the Eastern Yoruba Palatinate, Ekiti, the Ondo, this order, this should be governed by the Ibadans. And the rest area, or Yoruba, should be left in charge of the Alaafin. And so it has been till today. So, Professor Alao, you and I had very many occasions to debate this, whether Atiba should be seen as a politician or to be seen as a ruler or a military strategist, a political scientist. It is you, professors of history, that will debate this. I'm ready at any time to offer everything that I have about Atiba. His literary skill, his foresight in promoting the interests of Yoruba, to the extent that today, the template he laid down for all of us is what we have been using till now. Look at what he did about Ibadan. Look at what he did about the whole Oyo Empire. Look at what he did about Egbas. You realize that this man is a bundle of knowledge. Your battery has gone down.
Thank you, sir.
You are hearing me?
I can hear you, sir. I can hear you, sir.
Professor, are you not surprised that Atiba, who is not educated in Western sense, seems to grasp the military tactics of Montgomery, of Horatio Nelson? Don't you think in his time, he now powered, he knew that his time was up, and he did everything humanly possible to save the Yoruba nation from possible extinction and separation. Had it not been for him, what we call the Yoruba race today would not have been stabilized or emerged. You see, I cannot write about Atiba because it is subjective. An objective appraisal of Atiba is whether taken by scholars under you who will be able to prove us what exactly is a man like Atiba, what he was at his time. You understand? Atiba tó gọ̀gọ̀gọ̀ ó lè lé Ìlọrin lọ kọ́gbọ́n wá ó lọ́gbọ́n Fúlàní kò jẹ́ tara oko. He made use of the Fulani expertly to stabilize his throne, and he came back to curtail them at the same time through diplomacy, through a force of character that modern leaders haven't been able to acquire. If he has annihilated to convocate a conference at that time, let's discuss the future of our race. Who is now doing that for us in the Nigerian nation? Who will step up to say, look, I will take responsibility. Who is to do that for us in the Nigerian nation today? I'm very happy with this question. You can fire on.
Thank you very much. That's it.
Thanks.
My next question is about civilization among the Yoruba. And I'd like to ask this question for the benefit of those who are listening to us from other places, but who are aware of the fact that the Yorubas are polygamous. As a cultural enthusiast and custodian of the Yoruba culture, how best do you think we can manage the evils associated with polygamy?
Can I have your question again?
You said the Yoruba are polygamous, but how can they manage evils that are associated with polygamy?
Well, the reason why at the own time why they have polygamous setup has to do with the social, economic life of the time. The more people you have in your household, the more economic prosperity you can be able to amass. And it just happened that a man who see himself as a very strong man, as somebody who has the wealth and is due to have everything that the man has to be able to sustain a very large family. It was in vogue at one time to have polygamous home. It confers status, it confers economic well-being, and it confers authority. But as long as we become educated, and as long as we become much more unitary in our daily life, you find that a man may not be able to successfully combine, have the wealth to sustain polygamous. And you have problem with polygamous if you
So, Professor Alao, I think you are doing a book. You are doing a book on the Alaafin.
Alaafin.
What can we have some kind of ideas about what we should expect?
We're expecting to see a full-blown work on the Alaafin. And it's almost coming to a successful completion. And we're going to look at the life of the Alaafin, Oba Yeye III, right from the beginning through his ancestry, his genealogy, and up to contemporary times. We're going to look at every.
Yeah, I mean, looking.
And we intend to make this an essentially academic production, not just for the reading but for the academic academy. It's a little more than a biography because we already have quite a number of biographies.
Are they bringing him back? Is he back? Not yet.
Not yet.
So you're almost done with the book?
We're almost done. We are more than halfway. We have collected all the materials and we are at the writing stage.
Okay. We apologize for that serious technical problem.
Kí ló ṣẹlẹ̀? Pé
Alaafin Oyo adépẹ́ lórí àdọ́ta tó rò sí bàbá wa ti balẹ̀. Àbùkà ọ̀bàkà yóò lẹ́ ọmọ kúti kúkọ̀ ọmọ lè pa o ẹ máa kú oríire bá mi àdọ́ta ọdún. Lórí ọ̀la lórí ayé fa ọ̀bàlá ìwọ̀lá. Abẹ̀ṣẹ̀ṣẹ̀ bẹ̀rẹ̀ àdìdínà tí ọ̀la ìwọ̀lá. Títí méjìlá kọ́mọlú wẹ̀wù. Àtàkà máa mi ní láti rí kó ìkọ́jú ní wẹ̀wù ẹ̀jẹ̀. Ọkà bàbá tí ni wọ́n lọ́gbọ́n lójú.
We have to apologize once again. I could not even reach them by telephone.
tuntun ni.
Kabiyesi, can you hear us now?
Yes.
Professor Alao, can you
I'm
ask?
answering you.
Can you ask one more question, please? Alao, we can't hear you. We
Yes.
can't hear you.
Is it your meet me, sir?
I can hear you now.
Okay, sir.
I'm hearing you.
Yes,
All right,
sir.
sir. My last question, sir, would be to ask Kabiyesi with all due respect. The of ownership in Yoruba land is very important. And we have symbols of this institution that we generate. There seems to be a spiritual dimension. One of the greatest symbols of ownership institution, that is the crown, Ade in Yoruba culture. Sir, what could be the spiritual dimension of the dead crown in Yoruba history and culture? The spiritual importance of the beaded crown in Yoruba history and culture.
Please come again. Repeat.
Professor
Please
Alao
repeat the
said,
question.
Professor Alao said, what is the importance of the beaded crown in Yoruba history and culture?
What is the importance of the beaded crown?
The beaded crown is the most converted or the paraphernalia of ownership in Yoruba land. The crown is the most, beaded crown is the most converted or the paraphernalia of ownership in Yoruba land. It is the core, the essence of the throne. It has longevity, it has sacredness. Everything revolves on the crown of an Oba, beaded crown for an Oba. The Oba, the throne, can never use the crown again. The Oba, whose crown is stolen, can be deposed by his people. The crown is a spiritual symbol of the ownership. It goes to many things because you cannot wear the crown unless it is spiritually propitiated. There are a series of sacrifices that goes on with the crown. Crown is very important to the Yoruba, especially beaded crown. It is the essence, the pride of the people. And Obas like the Alaafin of Oyo are many important paramount Obas in Yoruba land, as various crowns for various occasions. It is not to be used by the Obas anyhow. It is sparingly used for occasions like the traditional festival associated with the founding of the town, with the major events that the Obas will come out in state to his public For instance, you have crown that I cannot use all the time. I have crown that my predecessor during their reign never, in order to preserve its sacredness. There are people who keep the crown, whose custody the crowns are. It is their duty to propitiate it, to put it in good shape. When it is withdrawn to be worn, there are people who will put it on the head of the Oba. It does not give the crown itself. Every area, every town, every paramount Oba must ensure that the dignity, the sacredness, and the allure associated with the crown.
The technology today has been a big disappointment, but we will move to the audience so that if you want to ask a question, do please raise your hand the way we normally do it on Zoom. We sent a technology crew to the palace, but on a day that something will go wrong, irrespective of what you do, just go wrong.
It was bad that.
They have gone again. Bad connections.
So, what question I know, bro?
No, Sir Kabesi.
Yes.
I want us to move to the audience. Professor Ashiwaju, Professor Anthony Ashiwaju, please, can you ask Kabesi your question, sir? Professor Ashiwaju. Professor Ashiwaju, sir. Professor Ashiwaju, can you please turn on your video? While waiting for Professor Ashiwaju, Professor Kayode Eshuola from the University of Lagos, can you please go ahead? Professor Eshuola.
Hello?
Please ask your question, sir.
Thank you very much for this opportunity, Professor Toyin Falola and others. I greet Kabiyesi Iku Baba Yeye, Kade Ope Lori, Kibata Ope Lese, Kase Ope Lenu. Ọmọ owó ajẹjẹjẹ akubi ìkòtí ajẹjẹjẹ abubi ọ̀pọ̀rọ̀ ajẹjẹjẹ akubi òkìní Kabiyesi o. Just one short question, sir. In the process of speaking, you told us that I don't know if I heard that correctly, that it is only Alaafin who has the palace, who can be called Alaafin. Maybe every other Oba may have Ile Oba or something. And that in the light of the attempt to bastardize the institution of Oba through everyone calling him or herself Oba, even in a village of 5 flats. How do we know? Because only Alaafin can make this declaration and reshape the course of history. How do we know those who are the paramount rulers in Yoruba land that can be truly and authentically referred to as Oba? Kábíyèsí o, ìbéèrè mi nìyẹn.
Well, we thank you, Professor Asiwaju, if I got your name correct.
Káyọ̀dé Ìṣọ̀lá ni sà.
Okay, Káyọ̀dé Ìṣọ̀lá, I'm very glad you are joining us. Well, the paramount robbers know themselves, but as long as we have the political involvement of our political leaders, especially the governors, those in authority, they themselves do not go strictly by the strict order of paramountcy again. An attempt by me to do that has been seriously sometimes attacked. The same question you have asked is what Oyo people, the Oyo Messi, and the record we have is that if we bring out the record out, there will be confusion, and then will be accused, will be vilified for reason best to them. Now, there was conferences of Obas, paramount Obas, in the western region of Nigeria. The western Nigeria showed the leadership and the direction that chieftaincy, especially paramountcy, should be maintained. Now, when you have a conference, in 1937 conference, after the governor addressed the conference, the Alaafin replied on behalf of other Obas. There was no question, there was no controversy, there was no bad feeling by anybody to say, why should the Alaafin reply on behalf of the Oba? They all accepted the paramountcy of the Alaafin. That was held in Oyo in 1937. The second conference of Obas was held. I'm just trying to elucidate what the question you posed. Now was held in Ife in 1938. After the governor had addressed the Obasi president in Ife, the Alaafin also replied on behalf of the Obas. In 1939, the third conference was held in Ibadan at the Mako Hall. And on this occasion also, the Alaafin replied, I've just published something last Friday, the 22nd of this month, showing clearly from the Federal Ministry of Information Archives, Federal Government of Nigeria, when the archival material, I gave the file number, I gave the serial number of the document. When they composed salary in 1938, the Alaafin received £4,200 per annum. The second to the Alaafin was Alake of Abeokuta, 2,250. The third on list was Awujale, 1,700. The fourth was Oba of Benin, 1,460. The last on the list of paramount Oba, the Oni of Ife, 1,000 440. Second class Oba, I gave graphically, and I gave the document where this could be gotten. I've started that one, and we want to see how it will work. Though the political people who are governor of this thing may not like it, because for busy best known to them, what history that we are, the colonialists left for us, what they met, how they arranged it. Also, I may be forced to publish Sir Lugard Political Memoranda, 1917. They explained the paramountcy, the order of seniority in the north, and they explained the authority, number of authority in the south. I may come out with that. You who are intellectuals should be able to join the debate. If you don't join the debate, you may not have solution to this problem of villagers calling themselves Imperial Majesty, because they have the backing of their political godfathers. I think I've answered your question.
Thank you, sir. Professor Asiwaju, sir. Professor Anthony Asiwaju. Please go ahead, sir.
Yes.
Professor Asiwaju, ask your question, sir. Unmute yourself, sir. Baba Asiwaju. Ifatoni, please unmute yourself.
Are you hearing me?
Yes, sir. Ifatoni Asiwaju.
I'm your guy. Kábíyèsí.
Yes.
Ẹ kú ohùn látàárọ̀ o.
Adúpẹ́ fún yín o.
I want to thank Professor Toyin Falola for this initiative. I want to thank my colleague, Professor Jide Ochutokun, for providing the lead questions. Kábíyèsí, I want to comment on a few issues. As you know, sir, I have written a little bit on the issue of proliferation of burial grounds. And you have commented quite correctly that it's become a bushfire that hardly anybody can control. But I believe that this proliferation seems to have taken root not just in the colonial period. It looks as if it came with the very, very beginning of Yoruba state formation, the revolution in Ife, and the movement of the sons, so to say, of Uduba abroad. I know, for example, that in the western part of the country, the list was 7. The original list was 7, and that was in the even as in the Samuel Johnson's book. The Alaafin of Oyo, the Alaafin of Ketu, the Onishabe of Shabe, the Orangun of Ila, the Oba of Benin, the Olupopo of Popo, and to go by this list, I would say that these are the first 7 paramount rulers in Yoruba land. And then the later derivations from each of these. That's one comment, sir.
I'd like to leave with this question that is not for the Alaafin. It is for all of us at this event, at this interview. In 2018, I had the opportunity to be at the 80th anniversary, birthday anniversary of the Alaafin of Oyo. I'm asking this question. I suggested that here we are in the Alaafin, one of the most cerebral traditional rulers among the Yoruba. The Awujale of Ijebu land had created first a chair of governance at the Olabisi Onabanjo University, which has now been upgraded into an institute of governance. I have suggested that we need to create an institution around Alaafin Dr. Lamidi Adeyemi III. And I believe that this is an occasion where we need to face this challenge of the need to institutionalize this highly cerebral Yoruba ruler. Ade apẹ lórí o, bàtà apẹ lẹ́sẹ̀. But I think we need to make permanent his contributions as the foremost leader in promoting Yoruba culture and tradition. So, what are we doing about the need for an institution around the Alaafin of Oyo?
Thank you, sir. Professor Asiwaju. Let me repeat the question. That is
my question.
Thank you, sir. Let me repeat the question. Professor Asiwaju, bear in mind, he said he's trying to create a museum, and I'm very impressed by that, a highly specialized museum on women. Professor Asiwaju is saying that the Awujale created the Sikiru chair, and I've been privileged to give to address that chair at Agowe, where I suggested that they should establish an institute, and they've started this idea now with Professor Agbaje, former Deputy Vice Chancellor of Ibadan, becoming the director. Professor Asiwaju is saying there a way that such a similar thing can be established in the university. Professor Da Silva is here with me. He once wrote a draft proposal, which he asked me to read, to create the Alaafin chair at the University of Ibadan. Is there something that Kabesi, along Professor Asiwaju's question, are there people who are initiating this kind of moves, sir? Kabesi, that's the question, sir.
I know my bottom.
I'm going, sir. I'm going. Check what sir Kabesi, check what béèrè wa, sir.
Mi gbọ́ èyí tó jáde mọ́, ó kàn ṣe tó, but mo ti gbọ́ explanation yìí about the initiative to create an institute around Alaafin. I'm very glad that you are doing this. All my life, nobody will still believe that even if you go away after this interview, it's about 8 p.m. in Nigeria time, and I'll still go to my library. Fortunately and coincidentally, almost all of you have read. Professor Asiwaju knows you have a serious encounter. Just like yourself, when I met you, I never met you in flesh, but I've met you through your writings. I was quoting you when we met at the I think Austin Banjo University. I never knew that you were sitting in front of me when I was quoting you. Then you asked a question. Kabisi, do you know Professor Tony Falola? I said, I don't know. He said, you are. And that means I greeted you. Now, the point is, as I see it, modern Obas do not want to read and study or know about this. They only see. There is no Oba now living in Yoruba that can give the praise name of his own father, of his grandfather, or past ruler. I want to let you know that I was in Bangkok University years ago. When I went there, I gave a speech. The interaction between Oyo and Ijebu, how the Alaafin was instrumental in appointing one of Bata as Awujale. The Awujale was sitting down. In fact, I went to his palace. Both of us went there together. After the conference, I went back to Awujale's palace. He said, Kabir, are you joking? Have your forefathers ever come to Ijebu? I said, yes. She said, that could not be correct. I said, I'm writing the correct thing. If you don't know, you must inquire. Today I've supplied Awujale with more than 3 books of history. And he has regard for me. Although I respect Awujale as a forthright Oba. But if I tell him, I want to publish something tomorrow, and I want to send it to you to read before going to the press, you will say that. Now, how many Obas can be forthright? Can be, you see, they are not ready to learn. They don't even know what the status of their ruler or their office means. They don't know. They don't know that the salary scale of paramount Obas in Yoruba land are the receipt they sign are in my palace here. They don't know. They don't even know. And they don't care to know. When it comes to that, they say they are from Ife. I don't doubt, I'm not saying you are not from Ife. But somebody wrote to me a letter that I should accept that Ife, the cradle of human being, I said, not in this age of science. Because I delivered a lecture, a letter, at the Nine University on science. And they said they want to give me Doctor of Science. I said, no, I'm not due for Doctor of Science. I'm just a prolific writer, presenter of historical fact. Now, I give Kakali the heavenly bodies of the world, all the satellites, all the different worlds. This our heart is not only in the space. The miles and kilometers between each of them, the time it will take you to travel from Mars to Jupiter, from Jupiter to Saturn, I gave it. Because it's scientific, it cannot be changed. That's that is time. You cannot change that distance. And the people went to I give references to University of London and University of Exeter that they should see the thing there. They make what is strong, my dear professors, you academics, is people do not want to be told the truth. They don't want the truth. When you give the truth, they hate you. I wanted a question that will come, somebody will ask a question about Dr. Paula. How should I make a foreigner ambassador, cultural ambassador? But you know, Professor Bascom came here. Are you hearing me?
Yes, sir. We can hear you.
You are hearing me?
Yes, sir.
Now, you are there, you have no Professor Alao is my son, is a professor of history. We try to engage ourselves whenever he comes to me on strict, go on strict academic principle. Where I'm wrong, the professor will tell me, Kabisi, why don't you put it this way? I have a desire, a congenial habit to learn and learn and learn. I know I'm still learning, but the best I can do is to tell the truth. I've started it on Friday, and I will continue. Say once a month, I'll be bringing historical facts out. People may not like it, but it's the fact. It's when the Alaafin was trying to extend his political hegemony outside the source of Nigeria. What are the other Obas doing? What are they doing? Where are they? These remarkable leaders, these remarkable Obas, they attacked their town and they evacuated. They left the town. The town was in rumble for 5 years. Oyo came back to re-establish its authority and conquer. He attacked Dahomey 10 times. 10 times he attacked them and succeeded in bringing Dahomey under the control. A Yoruba from this part of Nigeria went outside the source of Nigeria and make them to be subjective to him. That's a feat they must have. Who among the other of us have defeated, have done that thing? They cannot. When they go to debate, they don't even know. Some people say, this conclave of Oba, why are they not represented at the time that we are having conferences Oba from 1937 to 1940? Have they protested? They are not being included in this thing. Nobody protested. So I'm very grateful for what the comment you have. It gives me impetus to learn again, to begin to learn again. A man does not, until he is dead, he does not stop to learn. And I stand to be corrected. When I go anywhere, the time I'm going, you invite me, I know the history of that time. I go to my library so that if I go to that time, I'll be able to speak reasonably and comment fairly on the town. We went to offer. I wanted to deliver a speech, I gave it to the Alaafin. He said, Kabisi, give me, I will publish this thing. Offer. Offer. I went to offer. And I gave the speech I was told. He said, look, he wants to publish it. It's a material for publication. That I put his town in focus. So that is what I'm very grateful. If there's anything you want me to do, I'll cooperate with you.
Professor Biodun Ogundayo. Professor Biodun Ogundayo. Professor Biodun Ogundayo composed a poem for the Alaafin. It's from the University of Pennsylvania. Professor Ogundayo, are you there? Professor Ogundayo. Professor Ogundayo. Well, okay, while waiting for Professor Ogundayo,
mo ní kí
Akin Otiko, Professor Akin Otiko, University of Lagos. Akin Otiko, are you there? Akin Otiko, please ask your question, sir.
Okay. Kábíyèsí, ẹ káalẹ́ o, kádúpẹ́ lórí kí bàtà pẹ́ lẹ́sẹ̀. I am so very fascinated to be here, and I thank Professor Falola for this meeting. I study religion, African religion. Baba, I want to ask you what your take is with the evolution of Ijo Orunmila. Now we're having temples developing, and very quickly they're also mutating. They are becoming structures that have hierarchy, that are comparable to new religions. What is your take? Is Ijo Orunmila still holding the Ifa religion as it should be, or you are afraid that some things will begin to change? Thank you very, very much.
Now, I've not actually been fortunate to know what Ijo Orunmila stands for. But as far as Ifa is concerned, I'm very deeply involved in the Ifa religion because it's a system of knowledge. And the Ifa stanzas have 16 chapters. Each of the chapters in Ifa have about 840 or 480 chapters. It is these chapters that the Babalawo will put your head and count. I believe explanation. I'm fascinated to learn that if you have a Babalawo in Egba, you have a Babalawo in Ondo, and the Babalawo casts their definition on the bow, and a particular Odu comes out, say Okanameji, comes out of that definition. To explain that definition, the Babalawo will rise from the seat and put their head in the ground and stand. Ó tó méjì dákọjà, kó bu yẹn kan lójú ọpọ́n. Ó ní fá fún olúkòso ọmọ alàlú, bá ń bí ọmọ arí igba tẹ́sẹ̀ sọ́ta. Kí lárí afisẹ́tẹ̀ igbó ọ̀ta. The same thing that the Babalawo will say to that Odu in Ondo is the same thing that Babalawo in Egba will say. So the university in America, 26 universities in America, are studying Yoruba language and Ifa. What they want to do, we in Africa, we in Nigeria, if you don't know Ifa, they become a repository of that Ifa, and in future we will go there to study Ifa and not in Nigeria. So I'm not well attuned to what Ijo Orunmila. It's not well been published, but I know that we have a Babalawo, we have Alaafin temple, Ifa temple. I'm closely associated with them. So reasonably I can say I'm getting to a position. Ifa is used in the palace every 5 days, that is 4 days, minding the inclusive counting of the Yorubas. The old Ifa, there's still a Ifa in the palace compound where the Alaafin Babalawo congregate every week to define for me. I have a wife, one of my wives, that writes down this Ifa thing for me, but we must study it ourselves so that we become knowledge. It's a system of knowledge which I want to pursue. And If I can be joined with the fire Ijo, I'll be glad. But I have my Babalawo who define for me every 5 days, for 4 days. I will write it down for posterity. We store the writings, whatever they profess, whatever they ask us to do. The other office will do this, the other office will do, we write it down. They will do that emerges every 5 days. They will try to explain it. And I know reasonably, but I'm not an expert yet. Because I don't define for people, I listen. So if a Babalawo comes forward with me and put a collar down, I know what comes out. I can chant the water. Now, there's another variant that we have discovered with Paula. There's one aspect of this thing that people have not studied. Paula, you know the second one? Ondasa. Idasa. So we have Idasa. Ondasa. I discovered it that our forefathers use it very well when they are going to war. They use Idasa to say whether this war will be calamitous or will be victorious. And this Idasa we are using it for the palace. So I was hoping that somebody will ask the question, why the woman from Portuguese? My children have gone to Portugal with her. What
instruct me to do is to go really do research in Yoruba, in Oyo compounds. What KBC instruct me to do was to go around in the Oyo compounds, because each compound has an origin and the name of the compound is attached to what the people really do. And KBC told me that, look, there is in Oyo one divination that is older than Ifa. And I said, which one? Idasa, Ondasa. So if you go to the compound, go and look for the compound, you will see that you will find the compound Ondasa and the compound Osidasa. They used to come in the olden days, and they used to come and do divination. That this divination art is the 16 cowries is older than Ifa. So that's what I did, because actually I've never heard before that there was a compound called Ondasa or Osidasa. So I went on the research, and really I found the compounds and the family, the whole community that the forefathers used to read Idasa for the Alaafin. Even they explain the place where they used to do it. So that is what the work we have been doing. Even UNESCO came here to do the research, how deep and how old was actually Idasa, and KBC and the people from the compounds and the Orisha people, they related their histories and the Odus as well. And that is work actually I've been doing on instruction from KBC. So it's Idasa, when they throw the Erindi Logun, the 16 cowries, that from what the community says is older than Ifa. That Ifa really, like KBC says, the art of divination, but this art of divination not come from Yoruba, it came from the north, and it was introduced and assimilated by the Yorubas, but Idasa was there before the Ifa system has arrived.
Yeah. What the previous academician, what we did was to find out
apart from Ifa mythology, that there is another one older than Ifa itself, which we discovered. You know, that is Dasa, or two Dasa. And we tried to organize lecture, intellectual lecture, which she went to Harvard University to deliver. We did that, delivered that lecture. He has gone 2 times to Harvard University in America as the my cultural ambassador. Paula eats a back. Paula eats fufu. Paula take amala. Paula take iyan. No more sandwich. So it's completely a Nigerian, a Yoruba woman now. You see, the husband say, when are you coming back? I say, it's not coming back home now. So people have not been involved with this Joe Orwella. See, because I don't want to be, these people want the first attempt by these people to come, when they say they want to be crowned, I say, a priest is not crowned. A priest crowned the Oba. You can't be crowned king of Ifa, no, you can. I don't tolerate that. So, if I know much about them, I'll be able to test them with my small knowledge of Ifa myself. I can chant Ifa, but I don't propitiate for people. Yeah. What is it, huh? I'm asking.
Okay. Femi Falola, please ask your question. Femi Falola. The Alaafin system is down again. Femi Falola, please. Femi Falola, are you there? Okay, let's go to Tola Oshunuga. Tola Oshunuga. Tola Oshunuga. Please unmute yourself. Ask your questions now.
Kábíyèsí o, kí adé ó pẹ́ lórí, kí bàtà ó pẹ́ lẹ́sẹ̀. I have 2 short questions for you, sir. Yeah. January this year, you wrote a letter to the federal government, to the president of Nigeria, about insecurity in Yoruba land, in Nigeria as a whole, but particularly in Yoruba land. Sir, did you receive a response? And has security improved in Yoruba land? Number 2, sir, you did mention that Yoruba has been a nation before now, which we all agree. But the agitation for Yoruba nation has attained a very high, I don't know how to describe it, these days. And nothing has been done because Nigeria is not working for anybody.
I've written several letters.
So I said Nigeria is not working for the Obas, it's not working for the rich, it's not working for the poor.
Network is bad. Are you listening?
Yes, sir.
The network is bad. But to your question, the letter I wrote was, there are 2 very important letters I wrote to the presidency about the situation in Nigeria within the context of Yoruba nation. One I wrote is very, very exclusive letter. I thought they would reply, telling them we have internalized religion and that the Yoruba do not take any religion from anybody under force. That Yoruba nation has had its own methodology in planning the state and the apparatus of power. Coming to Nigeria, it was not a mistake that Nigeria, the Alaafin was represented in 1914 as the only Obas in Yoruba land to go to Suguru to sign the amalgamation treaty. What the Alaafin signed was the preservation of Yoruba government, ethics, and our ways of life. That nothing must derogate or detract from that situation. And the Yoruba nation will not be in danger. Those assurance was given before she appended the signation in 1914 as the only Oba. Now the other Obas in Yoruba up till now have no question. Where was it that it was only the Alaafin that represented them? Because it is the Yoruba nation, it is the government of the Oyo that is the perfect exactitude of government that any nation can have. Culture of civility, culture of respect for constitutional authority, culture of greetings. You give culture of planning. Nobody in Yoruba land, if you are respected, you have your age group that you will serve as a man. You are not for yourself alone. You are for your community. You are for your state. You are for your quarter. You are for your compound. It is changed. It is well departmentalized. The family level, the extended family, the home, the quarters you belong to, down the line, responsibility are fixed from the lowest to the highest. You are involved in your society. You are not stateless. You must never be a stateless people. You are recognized for your work. If you are a Yoruba man and you have not been late in coming home, the day they don't see you, there will be panic. Not now that we go anywhere we like and do whatever you like to yourself. You are not, you belong to the society, belong to your quarter, belong. But I now wrote to the government, what you are practicing now, kidnapping the Yoruba people, selling them for us, in their own locality. You must explain that why we are not having the security again. They cannot reply that. There's no way they can reply. Second one, Nigeria Yoruba question in Nigerian Kolodon. I wrote to the government, cataloging the names of the people who are killed, people kidnapped. Even now, as I'm speaking to you, we have our men in the bush still arresting kidnappers up till now. We are catching them, giving them to the police authority. You give them to the police authority, third day you see them on the street again. Who am I serving? The governor does not care to know what I do. You cannot get him. A March has donated, I gave him a report, a Catholic report of what I've been doing, catching criminals. He has not gotten back to me. That's my government. It's not interesting. Who am I serving? Who am I reporting to? There's nobody to report to. You write to the governor, he does not reply. The booklet I gave to him, cataloging everything, is still with me, he has not returned it. And he has not said a word. That's the state we are in Nigeria, state of anomy. Nobody is responsible for anything. They can frustrate, but I refuse to be frustrated. Somebody must continue to challenge social injustice. Somebody must You can't calm me down. Until I breathe my last, I continue to do what I know for the best of the Yoruba nation. If you write them, give them fact. If they don't reply, what do you do? What do you do? That is why you see the South Alaafin, after some time now, they have stopped even South, then they ignore me totally. I can quote Aulo, I can quote Zik, I can quote Balewa, I can quote Ahmadu Bello, what they said at what time. I can quote Balewa, I can quote Sagari. In 1948, Sagari said, he does not believe in one Nigeria, that the North is a separate country from the South. Later he became the president of Nigeria. When he became president of Nigeria, they like one Nigeria. When they are not there, they don't like one Nigeria. Now, you borrow money to make a railway from Abuja to Kaduna or Kano. Now, less than 6 days ago, they blew the line off. That money you borrow is for the whole of Nigeria. It should have been known to them that you don't put a rail in the Atlantis area. You can travel from Abuja to Kano without seeing any settlement. Why do you put a rail to anywhere there's no, security? Now we go to Kano jet. But the weapons that the bandits have, they can bring a plane flying from half a mile or 3/4 of a mile. They have anti-aircraft gunner they can bring to see. Our president is very afraid not to go from Abuja to his area by this, and I expect them is negotiating with the bandits that he want to buy anti-aircraft gunner from them. So the bandits have power, violence power, more than our government. Are we safe in this country? Who is to tell them? A man like the Alaafin telling them to do, they will not hear. But we continue to tell the truth. The Yoruba nation is a desiderata, but the way to go about it is quite different. Now, see the way they want to turn it. They want to say Sunday Igboho is financing. Where do we get money? Where will Sunday Igboho get money to finance? But the Saudi Arabians, the people in Dubai, graphically gave them the name Next question. Huh?
Ibrahim Odupemi. Thank you, Dr. Shola Oshunta.
Okay.
Is the Kabesi there?
Yes, I'm listening.
Ibrahim Odupemi, please, Ibrahim Odupemi, ask your question. Ibrahim Odupemi. Unmute yourself.
Yes. Professor Falola here.
Unmute yourself. Yes, Ibrahim Odupemi, go ahead. Unmute Ibrahim Odupemi. Go ahead, please. Go ahead.
Yeah. Thank you, sir. Kábíyèsí, kádé pẹ́ lórí kí bàtà pẹ́ lẹ́sẹ̀ o. Kí eṣin ọbọ̀ jẹ́ kó pẹ́, kẹ́ pẹ́ fún wa kẹ́mi ọlọ́gùn. Thank you so much, sir, for the time. I'm a PhD student here in the United States, and I work for the National African Language Resource Center. The National African Language Resource Center is the only African language resource center in the US. And what we do is to produce textbooks and resources for learning African languages in the US. So it is true that these days there is a high increase in the learning of African languages in the US, including Yoruba. But I have a problem, sir, with this. And the problem is, the problem has to do with power relation. When they learn our languages outside the African continent, they are learning the languages, including Yoruba, in order to continue conquering us. So, but in our own case, our system of education is largely based on Western system. We are learning a system put on us by the imperialists. We are learning the education to continue to do their bid. So there is no balance. For example, these days in secondary school students no longer need to learn Yoruba, especially science students. So I always wonder, what science are you doing when you cannot even speak your indigenous language? So all we are still doing is to dance to the tune of the Western superpowers. When Kabesi was talking earlier, he talked about how we still continue to bastardize issue, for instance. We still continue to have a lot of misunderstanding about our own value system. So my question to Kabesi is, what can we do to make sure that our education system is based on our own value system? There are many things we can achieve through our education system. Kabiyesi talked about issue. From my own little knowledge, I've come to see issue as the custodian of justice, as a philosopher king. We have so many gods that we can use, that if we go beyond the metaphysical interpretation of these gods and other Yoruba values, we will begin to see that we can use these values to establish our own modern and secular world. When the British and Western Europe wanted to claim their superiority over the world, they went back to their Greek ancestors, who were also pagans. Today we study hermeneutics in philosophy, but hermeneutics, the root of hermeneutics is Hermes, and Hermes is a god that is the equivalent of Eshu. In Japan, they have Inari Okami, who is also the equivalent of Eshu. But for us, we've come to accept Eshu as Satan in Abrahamic religion. So what do we do now to go over all these imperialist and colonialist knowledge system that has been part of our life? How do we bring our own values, our own cultural values into our own modern system of learning? Thank you.
Kabiyesi's technology has also disappointed, unfortunately. We will soon be rounding up because it's been a very bad day for the internet where it is. So what we can do, when he appears, I will close the program by thanking him, but we have to wait till he appears again. Adetola Okwanuga, can you make your statement, please? Adetola Okwanuga, thank you. Ibrahim Odubemi, I wrote down your question, which I will send to him. Is he back now? Ebenezer, Opanuga, you can make your statement, please. But we can't hear you. Adetola Opanuga. Kabiyesi is back. Kabiyesi, sir. We can't hear him. Kabiyesi. Kabiyesi.
The last question for the
tí mi rí ni pé ata àti gbọ́ra wa yẹn.
Bí Kábíyèsí fẹ́ sọ̀rọ̀ fún wa ní. Hello? 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 Hello?
Well, if we...
Hello, Prof. You have to continue with the questions. Kabiyesi is back on seat. Thank you.
Adetola Opanuga. Let's take one more question. Adetola Opanuga, because the internet is not cooperating. Go ahead, sir.
Yes, I can't unmute, sir. Oh, yes. Thank you very much. I've not been able to unmute.
But ask your question. Be very brief.
Thank you very much, sir. The Royal Majesty, Alaafin of Oyo. First of all, I'm going to reverse my question. And I hope the audience will agree with me that this sort of interviews should have been available for the generality of our populace, those at home who do not have the privilege to have access and use data on the internet. This sort of level of commitment that I think Professor Tony Falola had put on this should be available for, it's so neutral, and I think it should be available for the general public of Yoruba. What can you do, sir, to make this, to help bring this kind of program into the national media, to allow Yoruba history to be brought nearer to the general populace to listen, so that we don't feel too privileged to be in a very small circle to be listening to you with this opportunity. My second question was that it seems very, very clear to all of us now that the trend of failure in many African countries has been triggered by the approach of African governments from the inception of independence to imbibe the new modern system of governance, but failed completely to preserve the sacred traditional institutions that form their unique identity, like in Japan. Now, my question is this, sir. What and how do you think the standard of practice of our traditional institutions to be modernized, to open it up without losing its enigma? For instance, the belief system, cultural practice, and traditional values is similar to what Mr. Odugbemi said earlier. So please, can you help us answer this?
Thank you, Mr. Kwanuga, because the internet is not cooperating with us. I'll say the Kabiyesi has disappeared again. I will crave your indulgence, and I can send you an email thereafter. Once the Kabiyesi appears again, we will just formally thank him and bring the program to a close. It's unfortunate, but the technology has been bad today. Sorry about that. Kabesi, the internet has disappeared again. Your first question, you know, this is live on various platforms,
Yes.
including Alaroye television. So millions of people are actually watching us.
But unfortunately, most of the people at home, they don't have that liberty to spend money on data for this length of time. On national media, it
Sorry, Mr. Kwanuga. Kabesi, can you hear me, Kabesi? Can you hear me?
Hello, Mike. Hello, Mike. Is it that one or this one? Mike is there. One can round up then.
Wait. Kabesi.
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Yes, sir, but the internet is not working well. I apologize. 9 people want to ask you questions, but I will beg them that we'll give them an opportunity some other time. Do you want advice for us before we formally thank you, sir? Do you have any closing words you want to say? It's frozen again.
Done very well.
Please, can you spotlight Adeola Faleye? She will thank the Kabesi for us. Adeola Faleye. Adeola Faleye.
Kábíyèsí o. Iku.
Hold on.
Aláṣẹ.
Ẹ mú sùúrù. Adeola, Baba, Kábíyèsí. Kabesi would like to formally thank you for participating, and I will call on Dr. Adeola Faleye of the University of Ife. Thank you.
Bàbá wa Kábíyèsí o, mo kúnlẹ̀ mo pàgún ọwọ́ mọ́ o. Torí wọ́n ní bàbá kúnlẹ̀ ta pàkún ọwọ́ mọ́, wọ́n ní a máa ládúró oore tí í ṣe é fún ni o. Adífá fún olórí orò ní wàrún bàbá ẹni ìṣẹ̀ṣe. Ǹjẹ́ bàbá mi, bàbá wa, bàbá gbogbo ayé, bàbá wa tí mo fi tọ̀wọ̀tọ̀wọ̀ dárúkọ o. Bàbá wa Oba Lamidi Adeyemi III. Ẹ ti pẹ́ lóyè, ẹ túnbọ̀ pẹ́ fún wa o. Ìgbà ilé yín ti ń kún, yóò máa kún sí o. Àwo ilé yín ò pẹ̀dín, kò ní pẹ̀dín láéláé o. Mo kúnlẹ̀ mo pàgún ọwọ́ mọ́ ohun ò tó yín pè ló kọ́ o, mo fi gbogbo ẹnu àpáyé mo fi pè é ní o, kẹ́ ẹ yá mi o bàbá wa. We appreciate you. We want to love you the more, sir. Ọmọ kútíkù ò gbọ́dọ̀ pa ọmọ àrùn tárùn ò gbọ́dọ̀ ṣe. You have proven your worth, that you are indeed a father, very cerebral. You have taught us beyond our imagination today about the history, the nation, the culture, the politics, education. Mention more. Personally, I am enriched more than I used to be. And on this platform, being led by our able erudite scholar, Professor Toyin Falola, and the world that we have viewed this particular interview series today. It's a session, it's a very enriching time. And we want to, on this note, Baba, say that you will live long.
Amen.
May you live long. Amen. You shall live long for us to see more. Dàgbàdàgbà bí ará òwúrọ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀ tí wá pẹ́pẹ́pẹ́pẹ́ tó ẹ̀ ní ṣòfò ọmọ o ẹ̀ ní ṣòfò ọjọ́ alẹ́ o a rí yín pẹ́ adúpẹ́ o lẹ́ẹ̀kan sí orúkọ mi ni Adéọlá ọmọ yín Yèyé Àṣàìlá ẹ ṣé o. Thank you for the honour, sir.
Adúpẹ́ o ẹ ṣé o. Mo fi àǹfààní tí mo ní kí gbogbo àwọn èèyàn jàǹkànjàǹkàn àwọn onílàákàyè àwọn professor àwọn onímọ̀ ìmọ̀ yín ò ní jọba o gbogbo yín lẹ́ẹ̀mọ̀ ga pẹ̀lú ògo Ọlọ́run àpọ́nlé lẹ́jẹ́ fúnlẹ̀ aláwọ̀ dúdú àti Nàìjíríà Ọlọ́run máa túmọ̀ jẹ́ kí ìmọ̀ yín kó máa gorí ìmọ̀ ni tẹ́ fi máa ṣe wá láǹfààní àti ní àwọn tí a lè fọ́ sọ̀yà fún àwọn tá a lè tó máa gbọ́ wa lọ́yà tí ò ní jẹ́rù ọ bà wá pẹ̀lú ògo Ọlọ́run gbogbo àdúrà tẹ́ ṣe fún mi kí Ọlọ́run mú lọ sílé àṣẹ kó ṣiṣẹ́ ètò èmi náà ṣe fún yìí o kó bá yín láàmú o pó àbálẹ́ èso.
Hello.
appreciation. Mo dúpẹ́ oníbùwọ̀rẹ́ bàbá gbọ́ pẹ́ mi. 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 Bí ènìyàn kan lọ́lọ́run mi rí o, bí ènìyàn kan lọ́lọ́run mi rí, bí ènìyàn kan lọ́lọ́run mi rí o. Appreciation. Mo dúpẹ́ oníbùwọ̀rẹ́ bàbá gbọ́ pẹ́ mi. Appreciation.